Everyone wants to feel like they're the best at something, but when that belief turns into taking others for granted, the universe might just teach you a lesson. Understanding that there's always someone better out there is the key to humility. That's what truly makes the strongest person. My name is Mia. I've been married to my husband Thomas for 2 years. When we decided to get married, Thomas mentioned his troublesome sister who might end up being a burden to me. As an only child, I was thrilled at the idea of having a sister, but Thomas's words also made me anxious and curious about what kind of trouble she could be. Now, 2 years into our marriage, I fully understand and have experienced what Thomas meant. I was born into a relatively wealthy family. My father runs a mid-sized trading company and is well-informed and progressive in his thinking. My parents always respected my decisions, providing an environment where I could freely experience and explore my interests. In 2008, during the Lehman Brothers collapse, I was an 11-year-old elementary school student. Intrigued by the significant impact this event had on the world, I became fascinated by how a disruption in the flow of funds could cause such a global panic. This sparked my interest in financial circulation. Recognizing my curiosity and intelligence, my parents had me take an IQ test, and the results were beyond the normal range. Throughout middle and high school, I continued to research finance. In college, I chose a major that allowed me to deepen my understanding. As I learned more, I became eager to apply my knowledge and decided to try day trading. My professor suggested it as a way to experience capital flow firsthand, but warned about careful management to avoid debt. I researched extensively, identifying statistically favorable stocks for day trading. Starting with a modest sum of all the allowance I had saved up, I engaged in buying and selling the same stock within the same day, or starting with the sale and then buying it back before the day ended. This meant results came quickly. My predictions were spot on, and though the increases were modest, my funds grew steadily through this process and gradually increasing my investments. I managed to grow the initial amount by more than 50 times in a year. While the original sum was modest, I wasn't certain how impressive this achievement was on a larger scale. However, that wasn't my primary concern. What mattered most to me was whether the answers I had derived through research were correct. During the university seminar, I met Thomas, a student known for his analytical skills. We often found ourselves in agreement on many topics, which fostered a close bond between us. Following graduation, I had planned to join my father's company, but Thomas pointed out an opportunity at a foreign investment firm on our graduation day. At the subsequent celebration, Thomas confessed his feelings for me, and I immediately accepted. His intelligence was comforting, and his understanding nature put me at ease. As we embarked on our respective career paths, our relationship strengthened. Inspired by the concept of trade at my father's company, I researched foreign companies to gain negotiation advantages and establish a solid foundation for our deals. Meanwhile, Thomas used his analytical prowess to identify profitable investment opportunities, earning high praise within his firm. Despite our busy schedules, we prioritized dates, refreshing each other before diving back into work. Over 5 years, our careers blossomed and our relationship deepened. We became each other's support system, indispensable in our lives. It felt like the perfect time to take the next step forward. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, Mia. Will you marry me? Thomas's proposal was met with an immediate and wholehearted acceptance from me. I couldn't wait to begin our life together. During the family meeting, Thomas hesitated before sharing something important. There's something about my sister Alice that you should know, he started cautiously. She's a bit difficult and might cause you some discomfort or inconvenience. Alice, Thomas's younger sister by 2 years, was known to be challenging. From a young age, she had been exceptionally bright, even more so than Thomas, who himself was considered a prodigy. This dynamic made them a notably remarkable pair in their neighborhood. As Alice grew older, her intelligence sometimes translated into a sense of superiority, viewing others as foolish and often looking down even on Thomas. This competitive spirit led her to enroll in a different but equally prestigious university, always boasting that hers was superior to Thomas's choice. In her career, she joined a rival investment and consulting firm, claiming mastery in investment strategies. However, Alice's attitude of superiority left her without close friends and seemingly without a significant other, harboring insecurities behind a brave facade. She believed no man was good enough for her, always striving to prove herself stronger than anyone else. Thomas worried that our engagement might bruise Alice's pride further, knowing her constant need to compete with him. He feared how she might react and was concerned about her attempt to assert dominance. I tried to reassure Thomas with a light-hearted "it's okay," but his worries seemed unending, leaving me even more curious about his intense sister. I finally met the infamous Alice at a family meeting. Her sharp, intelligent beauty was unmistakable, though she exuded a cold demeanor. I wasn't sure if that was just her nature or my own preconceived notions. Thomas's parents were kind and humorous, which put me at ease about getting along with them. Apart from the initial greeting, Alice remained silent, simply eating her meal while watching me, as if assessing me. After the meeting, as everyone was leaving, Alice pulled me aside. "I wondered what kind of person you would be, but you're nothing special, are you?" she remarked coolly. "Just a girl who got a job at her parents' company and is probably slacking off." Stunned, I didn't know how to respond. She continued, "I move large amounts of money and make significant profits. I'm on a completely different level than you. Thomas, settling for someone like you is disappointing. Today's lesson is realizing how much you don't measure up to my standard." With that, Alice left the room, leaving me standing there. When Thomas returned and noticed I hadn't left with Alice, he looked concerned and asked if something had happened. I brushed it off with a laugh, saying it was just a minor jab. He apologized for Alice's rudeness, but I assured him it didn't bother me, though I wondered what would happen the next time we met. Strangely, I found myself looking forward to the wedding. "That'll be interesting," I remarked to Thomas, surprising him. Our wedding was a grand affair, attended by family, friends, and colleagues from both sides. Thomas and I declared our eternal love and enjoyed a wonderful time with our guests. Throughout the event, Alice appeared grumpy and irritated from the start. I had heard from Thomas that Alice had neither friends nor a romantic partner, so I could somewhat understand her feelings, which I found slightly amusing. During a break for a wardrobe change, as I waited for the staff to assist me with my wardrobe change, Alice entered without warning. "This happiness of yours is only for today," she remarked coldly. "A plain woman like you won't get the spotlight. After this, you're just going to leech off Thomas' earnings, aren't you? I can't understand how anyone could be satisfied with that. On the other hand, I've climbed up on my own. I'm on a completely different level. I'll find someone even better than Thomas and have an even grander wedding." With that rapid-fire monologue, a self-satisfied Alice left without giving me a chance to respond. The staff walked in just as Alice departed, and I couldn't help but burst into laughter at the timing. I quickly apologized to the puzzled staff and began changing. Alice certainly knew how to keep things interesting. Despite our busy weekdays focused on work, Thomas and I cherished our weekends, making the most of our time together. Since the wedding, I had no contact with Alice. I anticipated seeing her next at Christmas when visiting my in-laws, but an unexpected connection with Alice arose sooner. My father sought external consulting for asset preservation and expansion at his company, and although I offered to handle it, he opted for outside expertise from a specific firm. When I heard the firm's name, it struck a familiar chord, but I couldn't quite place it. At the first meeting with the consulting firm, I was taken aback to see Alice among the representatives. The familiarity dawned on me. This was Alice's firm. Alice seemed equally surprised to see me but quickly composed herself and greeted me professionally. It silently became our agreement to act as if we were meeting for the first time, keeping our sister-in-law relationship a secret from the other team members. When I told Thomas about the encounter at home, he surprised me by saying Alice had already called him. "This is ridiculous. I can't work with her, she was just complaining," he said, suggesting I might want to step away from the project. I found the situation amusing and laughed it off, but I knew I had to remain professional. During the meeting, I pointed out flaws and inadequacies in their proposals, backing my arguments with perfect logic. My counterarguments unsettled them. Alice tried to fight back with past examples and mathematical evidence, but I skillfully exposed their weak points, leaving them silenced. The meeting ended in my favor, with the other team agreeing to prepare a second proposal for the next meeting. As I relaxed with coffee after they left, I received a phone call meant for me. It was Alice. "Today, you might have gotten the better of me, but I won't let it end like this," she declared. "Someone as excellent as me can't be bested by you. You're just running wild, carrying everything on your own, Mia." Amused, I replied calmly, "Alice, you need to rely on your colleagues and work together to make progress." "What gives you the right to lecture me?" she snapped. "I don't need guidance from someone like you." With that parting shot, she hung up. I burst out laughing, still holding the phone, drawing curious glances from nearby colleagues. From then on, I took full control of the meetings. Their teams scrambled to respond to my points, often finding themselves in a defensive position. Alice tried desperately for a comeback, but always fell short. Her frustration was plainly visible, though she managed to maintain her composure. Reflecting on this with Thomas later, he mentioned, "Alice has never been outdone by anyone before. Plus, Mom told me Alice found out that a guy she liked already had a girlfriend and got rejected before even confessing. That's probably adding to her irritation." I couldn't help but let out a surprised "huh" and stifle my laughter as the consulting project finally concluded successfully. The opposing team leader thanked us, expressing how much they had learned, and we all dispersed. As everyone left, Alice and I ended up alone. "I'm not satisfied with how things went. I'll make sure to get the better of you next time," Alice declared, her tone sharp. "Just so you know, I'm more excellent. I even bought a tower mansion at my age. Only someone as outstanding as me could afford a brand new tower mansion." Alice had made waves as an investor and had managed to earn enough for such a purchase. "We'll toast among the elites," looking down on the commoners below. "You, as one of those ordinary people, should just look up and despair," she added, leaving after her piece, as usual. Thomas confirmed that Alice's claims were true. She had indeed found success as an investor and recently purchased a tower mansion to live in on her own. Alice was undeniably talented, and such an achievement was well within her reach. While luck played a part, I genuinely wanted to congratulate her. A few days later, during the weekend, I had business at a tower mansion. As I stopped at a mid-level floor, a door opened, and to my surprise, the resident stepping out was Alice. We locked eyes and both exclaimed in surprise. "Why are you here? If you're not invited to the party, did you come to clean?" I blurted out. Alice chuckled. "It seems today is the day of my celebrity home party, but no, not at all. I'm here to deliver something to an acquaintance on this floor." "You have an acquaintance here? And you came down from where?" I asked, puzzled. "My home is on the top floor of this mansion. Naturally, I had to come down," Alice explained matter-of-factly. "But you and Thomas live in a single-story house, don't you?" "How can you have a home here?" I countered, bewildered. "Thomas can't handle heights. That's why our house is single-story," Alice replied calmly. "This place is my office and workshop." "Your workshop is on the top floor of a tower mansion. Don't joke like that," I said incredulously. "This whole place is mine," Alice stated firmly. "Why shouldn't I use the top floor?" As we argued loudly in the hallway, a voice behind us interrupted. "Alice, what's going on?" Alice turned and apologized. "Sorry, Senior." The woman who had spoken and 3 others looked at us with concern. "I apologize for not greeting you downstairs. I was just dealing with—" Alice seemed momentarily at a loss for words. The woman Alice called Senior looked at me, searching her memory, and then exclaimed in surprise, "Aren't you Mrs. Mia, our new external board director starting this month?" Alice was speechless at this unexpected revelation. The senior continued, "She's also known as the investment goddess whom Alice admires." Clearly bewildered, Alice struggled to comprehend what was being said. I had started day trading as a student, gradually progressing to more serious investing. Using my day trading earnings, I learned investment strategies through practice. My analytical and research skills helped me identify companies with growth potential, and I invested wisely. The funds I managed grew rapidly. My father provided me with the freedom to use a piece of land he owned in the city center, where I began building a tower mansion, following the trend of mansion investments. I wanted to understand what it was all about, so this tower mansion is the result of my efforts. Managing a mansion is more challenging than it seems. Income comes from rent, but maintenance costs and taxes are higher than expected. Furthermore, even a few delayed rent payments from tenants can disrupt smooth management. Regarding being called the investment goddess, that seems to be a recent label for me, coined due to my extraordinary success in investments. Hearing that Alice admired me was a surprise. Alice was too stunned to keep up with the unfolding situation. "That's why my room is on the top floor here," I explained. "I own a significant share of your company, which made me a board director." Alice was overwhelmed by this unexpected turn of events. Moreover, Alice, while extremely talented, has a poor reputation regarding teamwork and attitude towards colleagues. If she can improve, she can continue in her current role. Alice was already reeling from this harsh reality, kneeling and collapsing on the floor. Later, Thomas told me that Alice, once a fierce wolf, had become a small dog. It seemed she finally understood that there's always someone above her. I had never really paid much attention to Alice's antics, knowing we were on different levels. But looking back, I do feel a bit guilty for finding it all so amusing. Reflecting on my previous attitude, I realize I still have a lot to learn. Alice, having stepped back from the limelight, now faces reduced income and a string of losses in investments. Her ability to pay rent for the Tower Mansion apartment is increasingly compromised. I'm considering issuing an eviction notice if the rent arrears continue for another 2 months. People's abilities vary, and even similar skills can differ in levels. Alice has become a lesson for me to never underestimate anyone and to treat others with respect. Thomas apologized for not being more involved in these events, but it's not his responsibility at all. His concern shows his good nature, and I love him all the more for it. My current hope is to start a family with Thomas soon. I can't wait to enjoy life as a family of 3. If Alice changes her mindset and broadens her perspective, she'll surely find friends and a partner soon. One night, I had a dream of a family of 3, but by the end of next year, we'd be a family of 5 with triplets. I woke up sweating but couldn't help laughing at the prospect.
I spent $300,000 to watch my marriage die in paradise. My name is Alison, and until yesterday, I thought I was still living my fairy tale. The small-town girl who made it big, married the charming prince, and finally won over his royal family. Funny how delusion works like that. "Champagne, Mrs. Edwards?" The flight attendant's voice pulled me from my spreadsheet. "First class to St. Lucia, the beginning of the perfect 40th anniversary surprise for my in-laws." "Thank you." I accepted the crystal flute, catching my mother-in-law Sylvia's slight eye roll from across the aisle. "Really, Alison, champagne at 10 a.m? Quinn, my sister-in-law, smirked from her seat. "Though I suppose someone who works in finance would want to get their money's worth." I sipped slowly, letting the bubbles numb my tongue. 8 years of these little paper cuts, delivered with perfect manicured hands and practiced smiles. But this trip would change everything. I'd finally prove I belonged. "The resort looks divine," Sylvia commented, flipping through the amenities booklet. "Though I'm surprised you managed to book the ocean suite. Isn't that a bit ambitious for your budget?" "I wanted it to be special," I said, watching King, my husband, pretend to be absorbed in his phone. He hadn't spoken more than 10 words to me since takeoff. "Special indeed," Quinn chimed in. "Guess that executive bonus was good this year." I forced a smile. "The company's doing well." The flight attendant returned with warm towels. I pressed mine against my face, hiding behind the soft cotton for just a moment. $300,000. Every bonus, every commission, every extra hour at the office had gone into this week. The perfect rooms, the private tours, the sunset cruise, each detail meticulously planned over sleepless nights. "Darling," King finally spoke, touching my arm, "we should talk when we land." Something in his tone made my stomach clench. "Of course. Is everything okay?" He didn't answer, just returned to his phone. I noticed Quinn trying to suppress a smile. The rest of the flight passed in a blur of champagne and silence. As we descended into St. Lucia, the Caribbean sun painting the ocean gold, I should have felt triumphant. Instead, dread sat heavy in my chest. The resort entrance was a cathedral of luxury, marble floors, soaring ceilings, staff waiting with fresh coconuts and orchid leis. I was handling check-in when King appeared beside me, manila envelope in hand. "Here," he said, sliding it across the counter. "You should read this now." The young concierge, her name tag reading Kaya, glanced between us uncertainly. My fingers trembled as I opened the envelope. The words "petition for divorce" swam before my eyes. "What?" I whispered. "King, what is this?" "Oh, good, he's finally doing it," Quinn's voice carried across the lobby. "We were wondering when he'd get around to it." The room started spinning. Sylvia's perfectly composed face, Quinn's barely contained glee, the pitying looks from the staff. It all blurred together like a watercolour in the rain. "I'm sorry it had to be like this," King said, not sounding sorry at all. "But you've always had a flair for the dramatic. I figured you'd appreciate the setting." "You knew?" I turned to Sylvia. "All of you knew?" "Darling," she sighed, "we all knew this was temporary. You were never really one of us." I stood there, divorce papers in one hand, resort welcome packet in the other, as King walked away. He paused at the elevator, looking back with that smile I used to love. "She's more like us," he said softly. "You'll understand soon." The elevator doors closed on their satisfied faces, leaving me alone in the lobby. Well, not quite alone. Kaya the concierge was still there, horror evident in her wide eyes. "Mrs. Edwards," she started, "I'm so sorry." "Grant," I corrected automatically. "My name is Alison Grant." Something shifted inside me then, like a switch being flipped. All those years of smiling through their subtle cruelty, of trying to prove myself worthy, they crystallized into something hard and cold and clarifying. I looked down at the resort welcome packet, at all the carefully planned excursions and meals I'd booked, at the premium suite keys in my hand, at the credit card authorizations still pending in my name. "Kaya," I said, surprising myself with how steady my voice was, "I think I'll need to make some changes to our reservations." The smile that spread across my face didn't feel forced at all. For the first time in years, it felt absolutely real. The resort lobby's marble floor felt cold through my stockings. I hadn't realized I'd sunk to the ground until Kaya touched my shoulder. "Mrs. G.R. Allison, would you like some water?" A memory flashed, last Christmas, spilling wine on Sylvia's imported rug. Her voice dripping with disdain. "Oh, darling, do try to be less common." I stood up, smoothing my skirt. "Actually, I'd like access to a computer." "Of course, you can use the business centre, or I can bring a laptop to your suite." My suite? The ocean view penthouse I'd booked for King and me, while his parents got the luxury villa and Quinn the beachfront suite. All paid for with my American Express black card. The business centre will do, and Kaya, I'd appreciate your discretion. She nodded, leading me through the resort's winding corridors. Each step cleared my head a little more, years of memories crystallizing into perfect, sharp clarity. The time Quinn accidentally spilled about my food stamp childhood at a charity gala. Sylvia's annual Christmas gift, a personal stylist consultation, because we must do something about your presentation, dear. King's gradual withdrawal from our joint accounts, always with a reasonable excuse. The business centre was empty, its row of computers facing the ocean. I sat down, logged into my banking app, and began. "First things first," I muttered, pulling up the flight reservations. Their return tickets were still under my name. Cancel, cancel, cancel. A soft ding from my phone, a text from Quinn. "The Infinity Pool Bar makes divine martinis. Do join us if you're done crying." I switched to the resort's booking system. Kaya had given me full access during check-in. I modified the room authorizations, limiting their stays to exactly one night. Then I transferred the remaining nights of their luxury suites to my card's travel rewards account. My phone buzzed again. Fiona, my best friend. "Girl, where are you? You haven't posted any vacation pics." I called her immediately. "Fee, he served me divorce papers at the resort in front of everyone." "He what?" Her voice rose several octaves. "That privileged piece of... It gets better. They all knew. They let me spend hundreds of thousands on this trip, knowing." "Tell me you're not still paying for them to stay in paradise." I smiled, clicking confirm on the last cancellation. "Not exactly." "What did you do?" "Let's just say they might want to start looking for flights home. Economy flights." "You didn't?" "I did. And tomorrow morning they're getting kicked out of their rooms. Fiona's laughter echoed through the phone. You beautiful, vengeful goddess! Need me to come down there? No, I said, surprising myself. I need to do this alone. After hanging up, I sat back and watched the waves crash against the shore. 8 years of trying to fit into their world, of shrinking myself to please them, of being the perfect wife, the grateful daughter-in-law, the quiet target for Quinn's barbs. A resort employee appeared with a fresh coconut. Compliments of Miss Kaya, he said quietly. I sipped the cool water, remembering the day King proposed. How proud I'd been showing off the ring to my colleagues. Now I wondered if he'd used my money to buy it. My phone buzzed with an email notification. My financial advisor. Unusual activity on your accounts. Please confirm these transactions. I opened my banking app again, this time looking at our joint accounts. There it was. King had been moving money around for months, small amounts at first, then larger transfers, all to an account I didn't recognize. Oh, you stupid man, I whispered, taking screenshots. You left a trail. I forwarded everything to my lawyer, then composed a new email to the resort's security office. Subject line, potential fraud investigation. Standing up, I caught my reflection in the business centre's glass wall. I looked different somehow. Lighter. Dangerous. The elevator ride to my suite was silent. Inside, I unpacked my carefully chosen outfits, hanging each designer piece King's family had pressured me to buy, the clothes I'd worn trying to become one of them. My phone buzzed one last time. King, don't make this difficult. Sign the papers and we can all enjoy the rest of the week civilized. I walked to the balcony, watching his family lounging by the pool below. They looked so small from up here, like expensive dolls arranged in a perfect display. Oh, we're way past civilized, I said to the empty room, raising my coconut in a mock toast. Welcome to economy class, darlings. I set an alarm for 6 a.m. I wanted to be awake when security knocked on their doors. After all, I'd paid for this show. Might as well enjoy every minute of it. I woke before my alarm, the Caribbean sunrise painting my suite in shades of gold. Perfect timing. The show was about to begin. From my balcony, I had a clear view of the security team assembling in the lobby. Lionel, the head of security, checked his tablet one last time before leading his team toward the elevators. My phone lit up with a text from Kaya. Security starting room checks now. Thought you'd want to know. I poured myself a mimosa from the room service cart and settled into my balcony lounger. The resort was quiet, peaceful, for about 3 more minutes. This is absolutely unacceptable. Sylvia's voice shattered the morning calm. Do you have any idea who we are? I leaned forward, sipping my drink. Through the glass doors of their villa, I could see Lionel maintaining his professional composure. Ma'am, I understand your frustration, but your room authorization expires in 1 hour. We'll need you to either extend your stay with a valid credit card or vacate the premises. Valid credit card? Quinn's screech carried across the courtyard. We're here on a family vacation. Alison handled all the arrangements. Mrs. Grant's card is no longer authorized for these rooms, Lionel explained. She's modified the reservations. A door slammed. King emerged from his suite, still in his monogrammed pajamas. This is ridiculous. Get Alison down here now. My phone buzzed. King calling. I declined with a swipe, then watched him stare at his phone in disbelief. Sir, Lionel continued, you have 55 minutes to make alternative arrangements. After that, we'll be forced to remove your belongings. Remove our... Sylvia clutched her pearls. This is outrageous. We're calling our lawyer. Please do, Lionel replied smoothly, though you might want to pack first. I finished my mimosa as they scrambled between rooms, their voices rising in panic. Quinn tried her credit cards, all declined. King's cards, same result. Sylvia's Platinum Amex, rejected. "This is that little gold digger's doing," Quinn's voice cracked. "She's trying to humiliate us." "Trying?" I murmured to myself. "Succeeding, darling." My phone lit up again. Sylvia, this time. I let it ring, imagining her face getting redder with each unanswered call. A commotion drew my attention to the pool area. King was arguing with the bartender, who kept shaking his head. "What do you mean my room charge privileges are revoked? I ordered that bourbon last night." "I'm sorry, sir. The system shows your account has been suspended." I ordered another mimosa through the resort's app, charging it to my still very active account. The same bartender who'd just denied King delivered it personally, giving me a subtle wink. "Thank you," I said, tipping generously in cash. "How's everyone doing down there?" He grinned. "Let's just say I've never seen anyone try to barter a Rolex for a hotel room before." Exactly 1 hour after the first warning, Lionel's team began removing luggage from the rooms. Quinn's designer suitcases, Sylvia's hat boxes, King's carefully packed golf clubs, all deposited in the lobby. "You can't do this!" Sylvia was nearly hysterical now. "We're the Edwards family." "Not for long," I muttered, thinking of the divorce papers in my safe. A small crowd had gathered in the lobby, watching the drama unfold. Among them, I noticed a man typing furiously on his phone, occasionally snapping pictures. A journalist, maybe? Perfect. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "Alison, please, you've made your point. Let's talk about this like adults." I checked the number. King's new phone. He must have switched devices when I blocked his old one. "Like adults?" I texted back. "You mean like serving divorce papers in public? Or planning this ambush while I paid for everyone's luxury vacation?" 3 dots appeared, then disappeared. Then, "You're being childish." I smiled, typing, "No, darling, I'm being economical. First class was wasted on you anyway." Below, Lionel was escorting my former family toward the resort entrance. Quinn was crying, mascara running down her face. Sylvia had moved from outrage to bargaining, offering her jewellery as collateral. King just looked shell-shocked, like he couldn't quite believe his perfect plan had backfired. Another text from Kaya. "Security found something interesting in Mr. Edwards's room, some papers you might want to see." "Bring them up," I replied. I ordered breakfast, the full spread charged to my room, and settled in for a long, leisurely morning. After all, I had 7 more days in paradise, a penthouse suite all to myself, and what promised to be some very interesting reading material. From somewhere in the resort, I heard Quinn's final screech, "How are we supposed to get home?" I raised my glass to the empty air. "Economy class is that way, sweetie. Better hurry. I hear coach fills up fast." The infinity pool sparkled like diamonds in the afternoon sun. I adjusted my new bikini, a little revenge purchase from the resort boutique, and settled onto a lounger with my laptop. Well, well, look who decided to show her face. Quinn stood over me, blocking my sun. Her designer cover-up was wrinkled, probably from sleeping in the airport lounge. "Quinn," I said pleasantly, "no luck with the flights?" "You vindictive bitch." She dropped into the chair next to me. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" I took a deliberate sip of my mojito, cancelled some unauthorized charges, protected my assets. Please, enlighten me. "We're stranded here. Mother had a panic attack at the airport. They wanted $12,000 for last-minute first-class tickets." I checked my email. The business class tickets I originally booked were only $6,000 each. But you're right, last-minute fares are crazy. A man at the nearby bar perked up, angling his phone in our direction. The same one from the lobby drama earlier. Quinn leaned closer, her voice dropping to a hiss. "King told us everything. How you trapped him with your new money, how you never fit in despite all his family's efforts." I laughed, actually laughed. "Is that what he said? Interesting. Did he mention the money he's been siphoning from my accounts? Her face flickered. What? Oh, you didn't know? Your perfect brother has been stealing from me for months. Want to see the bank statements? You're lying. I opened my laptop, turning it toward her. Numbers don't lie, Quinn, but families do, don't they? She stared at the screen, at the trail of transfers leading to an unknown account. Her perfectly maintained facade cracked slightly. That's not... He wouldn't... Mrs. Grant? Kaya appeared poolside, holding a folder. Those documents you requested from security. Perfect timing! I took the folder, pulling out a stack of papers. Look, Quinn, loan application's in my name, but that's not my signature, is it? Quinn's face went pale. I need a drink. Oh, sorry, your room charges are suspended, cash only. The man at the bar, definitely a journalist, was now openly recording on his phone. You know what the funny thing is? I continued, enjoying myself now. I actually thought this trip would finally make me part of the family. $300,000 to buy your approval. 300? Quinn choked. That's impossible. First-class flights, luxury suites, private tours, that sunset cruise you were so excited about. I ticked off my fingers. It adds up, but don't worry, I'm getting my money's worth. By humiliating us. No, by finally seeing you clearly. I closed my laptop. Do you know what the resort staff told me? They overheard King planning this whole thing. The divorce, the public humiliation. It was all scheduled, like a show. Quinn's silence spoke volumes. But here's what I don't get, I continued. Why let me spend all this money first? Why not just serve the papers at home? Because, Quinn started, then stopped. Because he needed the money, a new voice said. I turned to see Kaya, who hadn't left. For her. My stomach tightened. Kaya glanced around, then lowered her voice. I wasn't supposed to say anything, but there's someone else. Someone who's been visiting him here. They had it all planned, using your money to fund their fresh start. Quinn stood up abruptly, knocking over her chair. Quinn, I called after her retreating form, don't you want to know who it is? She walked faster. The journalist approached my lounger. Hi, I'm Carson. I couldn't help overhearing. Would you be interested in telling your side of the story? I looked at his phone, still recording. You caught all that? He nodded. It's going viral already. Wife's first-class revenge is trending. I considered the implications. The humiliation they'd planned for me turned back on them. The perfect karma. You know what, Carson? Let me buy you a drink. I have quite a story to tell. Actually, Kaya interrupted, there's something else you should know about King's visitor. My phone buzzed, a news alert. Someone had posted security footage from the resort. The headline read, Luxury Resort Drama. Scorned wife turns tables on gold-digging family. I smiled at Carson. Looks like you have competition. Trust me, he said. When you hear the whole story, this is going to be much bigger than a viral video. I gestured to the bartender for 3 drinks. Well then, let's give the internet what it wants. But first, Kaya, who is she? The other woman? Kaya's expression was pained. That's just it. It's not a woman. The pieces started falling into place. King's sudden interest in Quinn's friend Jude. The secret account. The perfect plan. Oh, I said softly. Now that's going to make one hell of a story. Your story has 2 million views. Fiona's voice crackled through my phone. Twitter is calling you a queen. There are memes. I was having breakfast on my private balcony, watching the sunrise over the ocean. How bad is it? Bad? It's glorious. Sheik, first-class karma is trending. Someone made a TikTok reenactment of the lobby scene. A knock at my door interrupted her gleeful report. Hold on, Fee. I opened the door to find Jude standing there, looking expensive and uncomfortable in resort wear that matched King's usual style. "We need to talk," he said. "Fee, I'll call you back. The other woman just showed up." I paused. "Well, the other man? Holy shit! Record everything!" I hung up and gestured Jude inside. He walked to the balcony, taking in the ocean view I'd originally planned to share with King. "Nice suite," he said finally. "It should be. I paid for it." I sat down at my breakfast table. "Coffee? How long have you known?" "About you and King." I poured myself another cup. Kaya told me yesterday, though I suppose I should have guessed, all those business trips with Quinn's charming best friend. He had the grace to look ashamed. It wasn't supposed to happen like this. No. I set my cup down carefully. How was it supposed to happen? We were going to tell you privately. But then you planned this trip and King thought... Thought what? That humiliating me in paradise would be more fun? He said you trapped him with money, that you were controlling, that you'd destroy him if he left. I laughed. Is that what he told you while spending my money on your secret rendezvous? Jude shifted uncomfortably. The transfers were illegal, I finished. Forged signatures, unauthorized loans. Did you know about those? His silence was answer enough. Here's what I don't understand, I continued. Why let me spend hundreds of thousands on this trip? Why not just leave? Because, he swallowed, because we needed the capital for our new venture. The pieces clicked. The mystery account. You're starting a business. A luxury travel company. King said you'd never noticed the money missing, that you were too busy trying to impress his family. My phone buzzed. Another news alert. The story had hit mainstream media. Well, I smiled, I'm certainly making an impression now. Alison, please, Jude stepped forward. We can fix this. Keep it quiet. Like how you kept your affair quiet, or how Quinn kept quiet while watching me plan this whole trip. Quinn didn't, he stopped. Didn't what? She didn't know about me and King. No one did except Sylvia. The coffee cup froze halfway to my mouth. His mother knew. She caught us last Christmas at the family estate. She said... He looked away. She said you were never really family anyway. I set the cup down before I could throw it. Get out. Alison. No. I stood up. You and King stole from me. You conspired to humiliate me, and now you want mercy. The publicity could ruin us. Should have thought of that before using my money to fund your happily ever after. A commotion outside caught our attention. On the beach below, King was arguing with the resort security, trying to get back onto the property. Your boyfriend's making a scene, I noted. Jude rushed to the balcony. He's drunk. He's been drinking since the story broke. Not my problem anymore. I picked up my phone. Though I should warn you, my lawyer's very interested in those forged documents. You wouldn't? I already did. The police have been notified. I showed him my screen. Emails from my legal team. Fraud charges are serious, Jude. Hope that travel company was worth it. He left without another word, hurrying down to the beach where King was now shouting my name. My phone rang. Fiona again. Girl, you won't believe what just hit the internet. Someone leaked security footage of King and some guy kissing at the resort last Christmas. I watched Jude reach King, trying to pull him away from the growing crowd of onlookers. Actually, I said, I believe it completely. Want to hear something interesting about Sylvia? Below, security was escorting both men off the property. Guests were filming on their phones. Carson, my journalist friend, was taking notes. You know what, Fee? I smiled, raising my coffee cup in a toast to the chaos. I think I finally found the perfect way to thank them for all those etiquette lessons. Nothing says proper breeding quite like a public scandal. Mrs. Grant? Lionel knocked on my door. There's a situation in the lobby. Mrs. Edwards Sr. is demanding to see you. I checked my reflection in the mirror, adjusting my designer sundress. Another charge on my still active room account. Is she alone? Yes. And... He hesitated. She's crying. Now this I had to see. The lobby was quieter than yesterday's chaos, but heads turned as I walked through. A few guests even raised their phones, probably hoping for another viral moment. Sylvia sat on a plush sofa, her perfect posture finally broken. Her makeup was smeared, her designer outfit wrinkled. She looked human. "Alison," she said, standing, "please." I sat across from her, crossing my legs carefully. "Shouldn't you be at the airport?" "I saw the news," her voice cracked. "The videos, the story about King and Jude," I supplied helpfully. "Your son's lover, the one you caught last Christmas." She flinched. "I should have told you." "Yes," I agreed, "you should have. Instead, you watched me spend hundreds of thousands on this trip, knowing it was a setup." "I thought—" She twisted her handkerchief. "I thought if you gave him enough, he might stay. With you. The proper choice." I laughed, drawing more attention from nearby guests. "The proper choice? You mean the choice that wouldn't scandalize your country club friends? You don't understand. Our family name—" "Stop." I leaned forward. "Let me tell you what I understand. I understand that for 8 years you treated me like something stuck to your shoe. Every holiday, every family event, every charity gala, you made sure I knew I wasn't good enough. That's not— Remember last Thanksgiving?" I continued, "when you announced to everyone that at least my humble background meant I knew how to properly tip the staff? Or the time you gave me a book on proper table etiquette for Christmas?" Sylvia's face crumpled. I was trying to help. "No, you were trying to fix me, to mould me into someone worthy of your precious family name, all while knowing your son was stealing from me to fund his secret life with another man. The money," she started. "Was mine," I finished. "Every dollar, my bonuses, my commissions, my inheritance from my grandmother. The money you all looked down on until you needed it." A small crowd had gathered, trying to look like they weren't listening. Carson was there too, phone ready. "What do you want?" Sylvia whispered. "Name your price to keep this quiet." I stood up, smoothing my dress. "You still don't get it. I don't want your money. I don't want anything from you anymore." "Please," she grabbed my arm. "The press is calling. Our friends are calling. Quinn's had to delete all her social media." Funny how karma works, isn't it? I gently removed her hand. All those years of teaching me about proper behaviour, about family loyalty, about keeping up appearances. Now look who's causing a scene in public. "I'll lose everything," she said. "My charity board positions, my social standing. Like I lost my marriage, my dignity, the money I earned." I shook my head. "You raised vipers, Sylvia. Now they have nothing to eat but each other." Her sob echoed through the lobby. Perfect timing, just as a new group of guests walked in. "Oh, and Sylvia," I turned back. "Those forged loan documents the police are investigating, they have your son's fingerprints all over them. Might want to hire a good lawyer instead of worrying about the country club gossip." I walked away, head high, feeling the weight of eyes following me. At the elevator, Kaya was waiting with a tablet. "The local police want to take your statement," she said, "and there's a call from Good Morning America." Book the interview, I decided, but first I need a drink. My phone buzzed. "Quinn, they're saying King embezzled millions. Tell me you didn't know." I typed back, "Like you didn't know about Jude. We all keep secrets, Quinn. Some are just more expensive than others." The elevator opened to my floor. Inside my suite, I found a bottle of champagne with a note from Carson. "Story goes live tomorrow. Thought you might need this." I popped the cork and walked to the balcony. Below, Sylvia was being escorted to a taxi, still crying. In the distance, I could see a police boat approaching the resort's private dock. My phone lit up again. Fiona sending a link. Rich Family's Paradise Nightmare, the full story behind first-class karma. I raised my glass to the setting sun. Here's to proper breeding, I whispered, and the proper price of betrayal. The champagne had never tasted better. The video of your husband's arrest has 10 million views, Carson said, showing me his phone. People are calling it the first-class takedown. We were sitting at the resort's beachfront restaurant, watching police escort King and Jude from their budget hotel in handcuffs. The local news was covering it live. Fraud charges, Carson continued, plus unauthorized access to financial accounts. They're saying it could be years in prison. I sipped my coffee. And the business they were planning? Dead before it started. Investors pulled out the moment the story broke. He checked his notes. Oh, and Quinn's been fired from her charity board position, something about family values. How ironic! My phone buzzed. Good Morning America's producer confirming tomorrow's remote interview. They'd already sent a professional lighting setup to my suite. You're going to be famous, Carson said. People love a revenge story, but this is Shakespeare-level drama. Mrs. Grant, Kaya approached our table. There's a woman in the lobby asking for you. Says she's your mother-in-law's sister. I hadn't even known Sylvia had a sister. The woman waiting in the lobby was Sylvia's opposite. Warm smile, simple clothes, genuine presence. Alison, I'm Margaret. She extended her hand. I've been wanting to meet you for years. But Sylvia, well, she's particular about family gatherings. You mean I wasn't good enough for them? Margaret laughed. Honey, none of us were. Why do you think I wasn't invited to holidays? She sat down. I saw the news. About King, about the money. Sylvia called me crying. Looking for sympathy? Looking for a loan, actually. Their accounts are frozen pending the investigation. She shook her head. 8 years you put up with them. I lasted 3 family dinners before telling Sylvia exactly where she could put her etiquette books. Despite everything, I smiled. Would have loved to see that. Listen, Margaret leaned forward. I know you don't need advice from another Edwards, but don't let this make you bitter. What you did, pure poetry, but don't let it define you. My phone buzzed again, a text from Quinn. They're taking Daddy's boat. Mum's having a breakdown. Please help. I showed Margaret the message. Ah, she said, the mighty have fallen. Question is, are you going to catch them? Why should I? You shouldn't. But mercy, when you have all the power, says more about you than them. I thought about it. What would you do? Me? She grinned. I'd let them sweat a bit longer. Then maybe, if they showed real remorse, I'd consider calling off a few dogs, but only after they'd learned their lesson. Carson appeared with more news. Twitter's exploding. Someone leaked audio of King and Jude planning the whole thing. They're calling you a feminist icon. Margaret stood up. Sounds like you've got work to do, but remember, the best revenge isn't just about destroying your enemies. It's about building yourself up stronger. After she left, I checked my messages. Interview requests, book deals, even a movie option. The story had struck a nerve. Mrs. Grant, Lionel approached. The police would like to know if you want to press additional charges. They found more evidence of financial misconduct. I thought about Margaret's words, about power and mercy. Tell them, I paused, tell them I'll think about it. My phone lit up with a news alert. Socialite families fall from grace, a modern karma tale. You know what's funny, I told Carson. They always said I wasn't good enough for their world. Now their world isn't good enough for anyone. What's your next move? He asked. I watched the sunset paint the ocean gold, the same view I'd planned to share with King, now mine alone. First, I'm going to finish enjoying my very expensive vacation. Then, I smiled. I'm thinking of starting my own investment firm. Something about helping women protect their assets from fraudulent partners. Nice angle, Carson nodded, turning pain into purpose. Kaya brought over a letter. from Fiona. Inside was a check and a note. For your next first-class trip, this time fly solo. I tucked the check away and ordered champagne. The resort staff, now practically my family, brought it with knowing smiles. To Karma, Carson raised his glass. No, I corrected, to new beginnings. As if on cue, my phone buzzed with another text from Quinn. The press is outside our house, please, we're desperate. I left it on read. Some lessons need time to sink in. The champagne bubbles caught the last rays of sun, turning golden like the future ahead. First class indeed. Your final signature, Mrs. Grant. My lawyer slid the last divorce document across his desk. Once filed, it's officially over. Through his office window, I could see reporters still camped outside. The story hadn't died. It had evolved. Every new revelation added fuel. King's guilty plea, Jude's immunity deal, Quinn's leaked texts about helping hide the money. Before you sign, he said, there's been another offer from the Edwards family. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, Sylvia's willing to testify against King in exchange for your discretion regarding certain family matters. Too late for that. I signed with a flourish. The documentary starts filming next week. My phone buzzed. Margaret. Saw Sylvia at the country club. They revoked her membership. Karma's got good taste. The intercom crackled. Mrs. Grant, Good Morning America is calling about the book deal. I gathered my things, including the final divorce papers. Tell them I'll call back. I have a meeting. Outside, cameras flashed. I'd learned to ignore them, striding past in my Louboutins, bought with my own money, not stolen funds. Fiona waited in her car. Ready? For this? Been ready my whole life. We pulled up to a sleek office building. The sign read, Phoenix Financial, Women Protecting Women. Inside, dozens of women waited in the conference room. Each had a story. A King, a Sylvia, a betrayal wrapped in privilege and presumption. Ladies, I began, welcome to your financial freedom. My phone lit up. Quinn calling. Again, I declined it. Again. Mrs. Grant, my assistant appeared. There's a visitor. Says she's family. Margaret walked in, carrying a familiar etiquette book. Thought you might want to burn this. Sylvia's personal copy. The women in the room laughed. Actually, I said, let's keep it. Reminder of where we started. My presentation screen showed the viral photos. King in handcuffs, Sylvia crying in the resort lobby, Quinn being served court papers for conspiracy. See these people? I told the room. They thought money meant power, that wealth meant worth. They were wrong. Fiona pulled up the latest news. Edward's family estate seized in fraud investigation. Your story changed everything, one woman said. Made us realise we're not alone. My phone buzzed. Carson. Documentary crew found more footage. You won't believe what Sylvia admitted on camera. You know what the best revenge is? I asked the room. Not the viral videos, not the criminal charges. It's this, turning their weapons into our shields. Margaret smiled. Poetic. The intercom chimed. Mrs. Grant, King's lawyer is calling about a settlement. Tell him I don't need his money. I turned back to the women. I'm building my own empire. We all are. My phone lit up again. Kaya sending a resort photo. The Ocean View penthouse, now permanently reserved in my name. For your next victory celebration, she wrote. Ladies, I raised my water glass, welcome to first class. This time we're flying ourselves. The room erupted in applause. Outside, more reporters waited. But now they asked different questions, not about scandal and revenge, but about empowerment and change. My phone buzzed one last time. Sylvia, please, the police are taking everything. I typed back, remember when you said I wasn't good enough for your family? Turns out your family wasn't good enough for anyone. Then I blocked her number. In my office later, I found a package from the resort. Inside, the room key from that first night, mounted in a frame with a note from Lionel. The moment Karma checked in. I hung it beside my degrees and financial licenses. A reminder that sometimes rock bottom is just the foundation you need to build something better. Fiona poked her head in. Ready for the investor meeting? I grabbed my briefcase, pausing at the etiquette book on my desk. 8 years of trying to fit their mould when I should have been breaking it all along. You know what? I smiled. I'm booking a flight tonight. First class, window seat. Running away? No. I touched the framed key, going back to where it started. Some women from the support group want to learn about financial independence. Thought I'd teach them somewhere beautiful. The resort? Where else, after all? I picked up my phone, already pulling up the booking app. I hear the Karma there is excellent this time of year. I booked the flight, 1 seat, first class, no one beside me, just how I liked it now. The empire I was building might not have the Edwards name, but it had something better. Truth, strength, and women rising together. That's worth more than first class could ever buy. I'm standing in Terminal 3 of O'Hare International, watching my husband's family breeze through security like they own the place. My mother-in-law Wendy's designer luggage probably costs more than my first car. The thing is, I'm the one who supposedly paid for all of this. Their first-class tickets, the beachfront villa, the private tours, $25,000 of tropical paradise, charged to my credit card without my knowledge or consent. My name is Alison, and I've spent the last 8 years being the family ATM for the Zimmermans. "Honey, aren't you coming?" Gavin calls out, his voice carrying that familiar note of passive-aggressive concern. He's already slipped off his shoes, ready for the security check. No, I say simply. The word feels foreign on my tongue. 8 years of yes, and finally, no. Wendy's perfectly penciled eyebrows shoot up. What do you mean, no? Everything's booked. Don't be difficult, dear. I pull out my phone and open my banking app. Funny thing about bookings, they can be cancelled, which I did, last night, all of them. The change in their expressions would be comical if it wasn't so infuriating. Soleil, my sister-in-law, nearly drops her phone. You what? I also reported the charges as fraudulent, I continue, my voice steady despite my racing heart. Since, I never authorised them. But we discussed this. Wendy's voice rises, drawing attention from nearby travellers. It was decided. You decided, without me, just like you decided I'd fund Soleil's emergency Botox last month and Ronnie's investment seminar in Vegas. Gavin steps toward me, that placating smile I've grown to hate spreading across his face. "Ali, come on, you're making a scene. We can talk about this on the island." "No, we really can't, because I'm not going." My phone buzzes, a text from my best friend Charlie. "Did you do it yet? Give 'em hell." Ronnie, my brother-in-law, finally speaks up. "This is ridiculous. The villa deposit alone was $5,000. You can't just—" "Watch me," I turn to Gavin. "By the way, I moved out last night. The divorce papers are being drawn up as we speak." Now people are definitely staring. Reese, Soleil's teenage daughter, is filming everything on her phone, probably for her precious social media. Let her. "You ungrateful little—" Wendy starts, but I cut her off. "Save it! Your flight's boarding soon. Better hurry, though I'm not sure how far you'll get without confirmed reservations or my credit card." Gavin grabs my arm. "Alison, stop this right now!" I wrench away from him. "Touch me again, and I'll have security here so fast your head will spin." "Fine," he spits. "Fine, let's go everyone. She'll calm down eventually. She always does." That's what he thinks, what they all think. 8 years of calming down, of writing checks, of swallowing my pride while they lived large on my dime. Not anymore. I watch them walk away, Wendy's heels clicking against the terminal floor, Soleil already on her phone, probably trying to damage control, Reese trailing behind them all like a sullen shadow. They don't look back. They're so certain I'll cave, so sure I'll call and apologise, book new tickets, beg to be included. My phone buzzes again. "Charlie. Coffee? I'm outside in pickup." On my way, I type back, hands shaking slightly as the adrenaline begins to ebb. I'm halfway to the exit when the first message comes through, then another and another. My phone lights up like a Christmas tree with increasingly panicked texts from various family members. The resort has no record of our booking. What did you do to the tickets? The car service isn't here. Fix this now. I silence my phone and step out into the crisp Chicago morning. Charlie's red Subaru is idling by the curb, and she's grinning like a Cheshire cat through the windshield. So, she asks as I slide into the passenger seat, how'd it feel? I let out a long breath I didn't know I was holding, like jumping off a cliff, but in a good way. Girl, this is just the beginning. Wait until they figure out what else you've done. She's right. The cancelled vacation is just the tip of the iceberg. I've spent weeks preparing, documenting, building my case. They thought they could use me forever, but they forgot one crucial detail. I'm not just the family ATM. I'm a woman with nothing left to lose. My phone keeps lighting up with messages I won't read. Not yet. Right now, I want to savour this moment, the first morning of my new life, the taste of freedom sharp and sweet on my tongue. Charlie pulls away from the curb, and I don't look back at the terminal. I don't need to. I know exactly what's happening in there, and for once it's not my problem to fix. Remember Wendy's 60th birthday party? I ask Charlie as we settle into our favourite corner booth at the Coffee Bean. $10,000 for one night. The one where she complained about the caviar selection? Charlie stirs her latte with unnecessary force. Or was that the Christmas party you also paid for? Both, actually. I pull out my laptop, opening a spreadsheet I've maintained for the past 3 years. But the birthday party was special. That's when I started keeping track. Charlie leans forward, eyes widening at the numbers on my screen. Holy shit, Ali, this is $273,000, I finish. Give or take a few thousand in cash loans they never repaid. My phone buzzes again. This time it's Soleil. The hotel won't let us check in. Mum's having a meltdown in the lobby. Fix this now. I ignore it and pull up another document. Look at this. 3 days before they surprised me with the island vacation plans, Soleil sent this email to my spam folder. Charlie reads aloud. Just checking if you increased your credit limit like we discussed. We need to book everything ASAP. But you never discussed it. Never. They just assumed, like always. I take a sip of my coffee, remembering the first time they pulled this trick. It started small, you know. Tell me, Charlie says, settling in. 2 months after the wedding, Wendy called about a family emergency. Soleil's car had been repossessed. Could I help? Just this once? I laugh bitterly. Next thing I know, I'm buying her a new BMW because public transport isn't safe for a woman of her status. My phone rings. Gavin. Decline. Then came Ronnie's investment schemes. 5 grand here, 10 grand there, always guaranteed returns that never materialised. And Gavin. I clench my fist. He just stood there every single time saying they're family, Ali. We have to help family. While they treated you like an outsider, Charlie finishes. Exactly. Last Thanksgiving, Wendy actually said, right to my face, "It's so wonderful how you contribute to the family, dear, since you can't give us grandchildren." She didn't. Oh, she did, right after I paid for Reese's Sweet 16 weekend in New York. My laptop pings with an email notification. I click it and feel my blood run cold. Charlie, I whisper, look at this. She comes around to my side of the booth and reads the loan application confirmation. It's in both my name and Gavin's, dated 3 weeks ago. He forged your signature, she says flatly, on a $100,000 loan. My hands are shaking, and this might not be the only one. Charlie's already on her phone. I'm calling Marcus. He's the best fraud investigator I know. While she talks, I dig deeper into our joint accounts. Each click reveals another horror. Credit cards I never knew about, investment accounts drained, signatures that look almost, but not quite, like mine. Marcus can meet us in an hour, Charlie announces. And Ali, He says to screenshot everything. Now. I'm halfway through documenting the evidence when another text comes through. This one's from an unknown number. It's Alec, Gavin's cousin. We need to talk. I know what they've been doing. Charlie reads over my shoulder. The black sheep cousin? Can you trust him? I don't know, but right now. I show her another loan document I've just discovered. I need all the help I can get. My phone starts ringing again. Wendy this time. I silence it and look up at Charlie. You know what the worst part is? They're not even rich. It's all smoke and mirrors, designer clothes bought on credit, leased luxury cars, mortgaged houses they can barely afford. They're drowning in debt, and I've been their life raft. Not anymore, Charlie says firmly. Now you're their worst nightmare, a woman with receipts and nothing left to lose. I close my laptop and take a deep breath. The vacation was supposed to be their grand finale. They were planning to ask me to invest in Ronnie's new crypto scheme, another 100 grand. But instead, they're stuck on an island with no hotel, no transportation, and no access to my money. I allow myself a small smile, and in about an hour they're going to discover I've frozen all the accounts they forged my name on. Charlie raises her coffee cup. To Karma. I clink my cup against hers just as another text comes through. This one makes my heart stop. From Alec, I tell Charlie. He says Gavin's been taking out loans in my name for years, and he can prove it. Charlie's eyes gleam. Ready to go nuclear? I grab my laptop and stand. Beyond ready. Let's go see Marcus. The coffee shop door chimes as we leave, and I feel lighter than I have in years. They thought they could bury me in debt and obligation. Instead, they taught me how to dig my way out, and bury them instead. The videos start rolling in around midnight. Someone's posting them to Instagram, and they're spreading like wildfire. Wendy, her perfect hair now dishevelled, screaming at a resort concierge. Soleil sprawled dramatically across a hotel lobby sofa, mascara-stained tears running down her face. Reese documenting it all with running commentary. This is like literally the worst day of my life. Oh my God, Charlie wheezes, nearly choking on her wine. Is your mother-in-law trying to climb over the reception desk? Was trying, I correct, forwarding the clip to Marcus. Security stopped her. We're camped out in Charlie's living room, watching the chaos unfold on our phones when Alec calls. I put him on speaker. You sure you want to meet? Charlie asked before I can speak. It's fine, Alec's voice comes through clear. I've been waiting for someone to stand up to them for years. I'm at the Starbucks on Michigan Avenue. 20 minutes. I look at Charlie, who nods. We'll be there. The Starbucks is nearly empty when we arrive. Alec stands out, tall, dressed simply in jeans and a button-down, nothing like the flashy designer wear his cousins favour. He waves us over to a corner table. Thanks for coming, he says, sliding a USB drive across the table. Everything's here, loan applications, forged documents, emails. Gavin's been busy. I plug the drive into my laptop. Files pop up, dozens of them. How did you get these? I work in digital forensics. Gavin asked me to help him clean up some files last month. He thought I was still the same pushover they could manipulate. Alec's smile is grim. I made copies instead. Charlie leans in, scanning the documents. Holy shit! These loans go back 3 years. At least, Alec confirms. They've been planning this island trip for months. It was supposed to be phase 1 of something bigger. My stomach drops. What do you mean? They're broke, Alison. All of them. Wendy's retirement fund is empty. Soleil's about to lose her house. Ronnie's investments are all pyramid schemes. He pauses. They were going to ask you to remortgage your condo. Use the money to save the family. A new video notification pops up on my phone. This time it's Ronnie, trying to sweet-talk the island police who've been called to remove them from the resort property. Look at this, Charlie points to an email chain. Gavin's been applying for jobs in the Cayman Islands, non-extradition country. They were going to take everything, I whisper, and run. Yeah, Alex says softly, but you beat them to it. My phone rings, Gavin again. This time I answer and put it on speaker. Having fun? I ask sweetly. Alison, this is insane. We're stranded here. Mum's having panic attacks. Just put the cards back on and we can talk about this when... When what, Gavin? When you've finished transferring our assets to the Caymans? Silence. Then. Who told you? Does it matter? It's all documented. The loans, the forgeries, everything. Marcus. You remember Marcus, right? The fraud investigator. He's very interested in your paperwork. You're bluffing, but his voice shakes. Check your email. I sent you some screenshots. Oh, and the police report I filed this morning. Fraud charges are just the beginning. More silence. Then Wendy's voice in the background. Give me that phone. Listen here, you ungrateful little... Wendy starts. No, you listen, I cut in. In about an hour, all those credit cards you've been using, they're getting cancelled. The accounts you forged my name on, frozen, and that retirement fund you've been bragging about, better check the balance. You can't do this to us, Wendy shrieks. We're family. No, I say clearly. You're criminals, and I have proof. I hang up as Wendy starts screaming again. Alec looks impressed. That felt good, I admit. It's not over, he warns. They'll fight back. Let them. I close my laptop. I've got everything backed up in triplicate, copies with my lawyer, my bank and the police. My phone pings with a text from Reese. Aunt Allie, I know you hate us right now, but I'm scared. Mum's acting crazy and Grandma's talking about swimming to the mainland. Should I respond? I ask Charlie and Alec. Depends, Charlie says. Think it's genuine. Hard to tell with that family, Alec adds. Another text from Reese. I found Mum's phone. There's stuff on here, stuff about you, plans they made. It's really bad. I'll send screenshots if you want. I look at Alec. Still have your forensics kit handy? He grins, always. Tell her yes, Charlie says. The house of cards is falling. Let's make sure we catch every single piece. I type back a quick response to Reese, then turn to my unlikely allies. Ready for phase 2? They both nod, and I feel a surge of power. The Zimmermans thought they were playing chess. They didn't realise I'd already flipped the board. The screenshots from Reese start flooding in around midnight. Group chats, email threads, bank statements, all carefully documented evidence of the family's long con. I forward everything to Marcus as it arrives. Look at this one, I tell Alec, who's set up his laptop on my kitchen counter. Operation Island Exit. They were planning to empty my accounts while I was sleeping off jet lag. Classic misdirection, he mutters, typing furiously. Get you somewhere remote, limited internet, different time zone. Meanwhile, they'd have full access to everything back home. My phone buzzes. Soleil this time. I decline the call and open another screenshot from Reese. Oh my God, I breathe. Charlie, they were going to sell my condo. Charlie looks up from her position on my couch. They can't. Your name's on the deed. They forged transfer papers. I hold up my phone. Dated for next week. They were going to claim I signed everything before the vacation. Alex stops typing. That's not just fraud anymore, that's grand theft. Another video notification pops up. This time it's not from the family. Someone at the resort has posted a TikTok of the Zimmermans being escorted out of the property by security. The caption reads, "Rich family gets caught scamming. Watch till the end." It's going viral, Charlie announces, scrolling through her phone. 20,000 views already. My laptop pings with an email from Marcus. Meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m. Bring everything. Police want to be involved. I'm about to respond when my phone rings again. Unknown number. Hello? Mrs. Zimmerman? A tired voice asks. This is Thomas from Capital One Fraud Department. We're seeing some unusual activity on your joint accounts. Let me guess. Someone's trying to transfer large sums. Multiple attempts in the last hour. We've frozen everything pending investigation. I smile grimly. Perfect. I'll be at your branch first thing tomorrow with my lawyer. After I hang up, Charlie raises her wine glass. They must be losing their minds right now. As if on cue, my phone lights up with a text from Gavin. Coming home. This ends now. He bought a ticket? Alec asks, surprised. Probably used his emergency credit card, I say, the one Wendy pays for. Speaking of Wendy. Charlie turns up her phone's volume. Another video is making rounds. This one shows my mother-in-law trying to convince the island police that she's being held hostage by the resort. They're unravelling, Alec observes. Good. I open my laptop and pull up a document I've been working on, because I'm about to make it worse. What's that? Charlie peers over my shoulder. A very detailed post about financial abuse and family fraud. Once I hit submit, it'll go live on every major social media platform. Alec whistles. Nuclear option? They're about to learn what it feels like to be exposed. I start typing. Every loan, every scheme, every manipulation, all of it documented with dates and screenshots. Wait, Charlie interrupts. Add this. She hands me her phone, showing a new video. Ronnie's at some island bar, drunk, loudly bragging about how they've been living off the golden goose for years. I add the link just as another text comes through from Reese. Dad's at the airport. He's really mad, like I've never seen him this mad. Let him come, I mutter, finishing the post. I'm not the same woman he left at that airport. You sure about this? Alec asks as my cursor hovers over the post button. Once it's out there. They burned their bridges, I say firmly. Time to light up the ashes. Click posted. Within minutes the notifications start. Shares, comments, tags. The story spreads like wildfire through social media. Local news picks it up first, then national outlets start calling. Trending, Charlie announces. Number 3 and climbing. My phone buzzes with a text from Marcus. Saw the post. Perfect timing. Police are very interested now. See you at 9. Another notification. This time from my bank. All suspicious accounts have been frozen. Any attempts to access them will be logged and reported. Ali, Charlie says suddenly, your doorbell camera just pinged. Gavin's here. I look at the feed on my phone. He's standing in the lobby of my building, looking dishevelled and angry. The doorman's keeping him there just like I arranged. Let him stew, I say, turning back to my laptop. I've got a few more receipts to drop. You're enjoying this, Alec observes with a slight smile. 8 years, I remind him. 8 years of being their personal bank, their emotional punching bag, their grateful daughter-in-law. I hit post on another thread of evidence. Now they get to be grateful for prison jumpsuits and public defenders. My phone lights up again, Wendy calling. I silence it and pour more wine. To Karma, I say, raising my glass. To Karma, Charlie and Alec echo. Below, Gavin continues to rage in the lobby, but I can't hear him. Up here, in my fortress of truth and evidence, I'm finally free. And the night is still young. Gavin spends 2 days camped in the lobby before I finally agree to meet him. Not alone, of course. My lawyer Sarah sits beside me in the building's conference room while Alec waits outside. The security camera blinks steadily in the corner. You look terrible, I say as Gavin slumps into the chair across from me. His designer shirt is wrinkled, his usual perfectly styled hair a mess. You've destroyed my family, he snarls. No, your family destroyed themselves. I just stopped funding the destruction. He leans forward. Do you have any idea what you've done? Mum's had to cancel her country club membership. Soleil's kids might have to switch schools. Ronnie's investors are suing him for fraud, I interrupt. Yeah, I know. Turns out I wasn't the only one he scammed. It wasn't a scam, Gavin slams his hand on the table. Sarah clears her throat pointedly and he sits back. We're family. Family helps each other. Family? I pull out my phone and play a video. Wendy at last year's Thanksgiving, wine glass in hand. Remember this? At least you can contribute financially, dear, since you can't give us grandchildren. He shifts uncomfortably. Mum was drunk, she didn't mean... Or this one. I play another clip. You telling Ronnie I'd happily cover his investment seminar while I was at my father's funeral. Alison. Or maybe this. I slide a folder across the table. Loan applications, dozens of them, my signature forged by you. His face goes pale. How did you... Get proof? Turns out your cousin Alec isn't the pushover you thought he was. I lean forward. The police have copies, the FBI too, since some of these cross state lines. You're bluffing. Sarah speaks up for the first time. I assure you she's not. Mr. Zimmerman, you're facing serious federal charges. Your entire family is under investigation for fraud, conspiracy, and financial abuse. This is ridiculous. He stands up, pacing. Everything I did for us, for our future. Our future? I laugh bitterly. You were planning to drain my accounts and flee to the Caymans. That stops him cold. Who told you? Your daughter did. Reese isn't my... No, but she has a conscience, unlike you. I pull out another folder. She sent me everything, Gavin. The group chats, the plans, the bank transfers. Did you really think you could steal my entire life and get away with it? He sinks back into his chair, deflated. What do you want? A divorce. Clean, quick and quiet. You sign over any claim to my assets and I won't press additional charges. And if I refuse? Sarah slides another document across the table. Then we take this to court. Every detail becomes public record. Your mother's schemes, Soleil's fraud, Ronnie's pyramid schemes, all of it. You wouldn't. I pull up the viral TikTok of his family's island meltdown. Try me. His phone buzzes. Probably Wendy, who's been calling hourly since they got back. He ignores it. You know what the funny thing is? I say quietly. I would have helped if you'd just asked. Actually asked, not demanded or manipulated or stolen. I loved you, Gavin. I wanted to be part of your family. We needed more than you were willing to give, he mutters. No, you wanted more than you deserved. I stand up. Sign the papers, Gavin. It's over. He stares at the documents for a long moment. Mum will never forgive me. That's not my problem anymore. Slowly, he picks up the pen. Each signature feels like another chain breaking loose. When he finishes, Sarah quickly notarizes the papers. We're done here, she announces, gathering the documents. Gavin stands, looking suddenly old. What am I supposed to do now? Get a good lawyer, I suggest. You're going to need one. As if on cue, his phone buzzes again. This time it's a news alert. Someone's leaked documents about Ronnie's investment schemes. The comments are brutal. Your mother's retirement fund, I add. The one she's been bragging about for years. Check the balance. Ronnie's been dipping into it for months. You're lying. Call the bank. I head for the door. Oh, and Gavin, the condo you tried to sell out from under me, I'm keeping it. Consider it payment for 8 years of financial abuse. He doesn't respond, just stares at his phone as notification after notification rolls in. The empire he helped build on lies and theft is crumbling, and he's going down with it. Outside, Alec and Charlie are waiting. How'd it go? Charlie asks. He signed, I say, feeling lighter than I have in years. It's done. My phone pings with a message from Reese. Grandma just found out about her retirement fund. She's on her way to Uncle Ronnie's with a golf club. Not quite done, Alec observes with a smile. I laugh and link arms with my friends. No, but the show's getting good. Anyone want popcorn? The video of Wendy chasing Ronnie around his front yard with a golf club goes viral faster than the island disaster. Someone sets it to Money, Money, Money by ABBA, and suddenly it's everywhere. Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, even the local news runs it. Look at the comments, Charlie says, scrolling through her phone. Rich people problems is trending. We're at my lawyer's office, watching the Zimmerman empire implode in real time. Sarah's just finished showing me the latest evidence Reese sent over. Screenshots from Soleil's tablet that she accidentally left behind at the resort. Your sister-in-law was busy, Sarah observes, spreading out printed emails. She had a whole spreadsheet of your accounts, passwords, everything. How did she get those? I ask, though I already suspect the answer. Gavin gave them to her. Sarah points to a message thread. They were planning to transfer everything while you were on the island. Operation Empty Nest, they called it. My phone rings, a number I don't recognise. Hello? Mrs. Zimmerman, this is Robert from First National Bank's fraud department. We've detected some unusual activity. Let me guess, someone trying to access my accounts? Yes, multiple attempts from various IP addresses. We've locked everything down. I thank him and hang up, just as another call comes in. This time it's Wendy. What do you want? I answer. Please, she sobs, all her usual superiority gone. Please take down that article. My investment partners are pulling out. The country club is reviewing my membership. Everyone's seen that horrible video. The one where you try to hit your son with a 5-iron. Yeah, it's pretty popular. This isn't funny. Our reputation. Your reputation, I cut in. You mean the one built on lies, fraud, and stolen money? That reputation. We can work something out, she pleads. Whatever you want, just make this go away. Sarah slides a note across the desk. Police want to interview her. Actually, Wendy, there are some people who'd like to talk to you. Detective Morgan from the Financial Crimes Unit. He's very interested in those investment seminars you and Ronnie ran. Silence, then. You wouldn't dare. I already did. Check your mail. The subpoena should arrive today. She starts screaming, something about family loyalty and ungrateful daughters-in-law, but I hang up. My phone immediately lights up with a text from Reese. OMG, Grandma just fainted. Should we be concerned? Alec asks, reading over my shoulder. Nah, she pulls that trick whenever she's not getting her way. Watch, in about 5 minutes. Right on cue, Reese texts again. Never mind, she's fine. Started yelling as soon as Mom mentioned calling an ambulance. Sarah gathers up the documents. The DA wants to move forward with charges. Are you ready for that? More than ready. I pull up the photos I took of all the forged loan documents. They wanted to play with money? Let's show them how expensive their games can get. My phone buzzes with a news alert. Local investment guru under investigation for pyramid scheme. There's a picture of Ronnie being escorted from his office by police. 1 down, Charlie says with satisfaction. 3 to go, I add, just as another text comes in. This one's from Soleil. My sponsorship deals are cancelling. My influencer contracts. You've ruined everything. I forward her message to Sarah. Add harassment to the charges. Already done. Sarah pulls up another document. Also, you might want to see this. Someone leaked your story to a major financial blog. It's going national. I scan the article. Socialite Family's House of Cards, a story of fraud, fashion and failed schemes, complete with photos, documentation and interviews with other victims of Ronnie's investment scams. Who leaked it? I ask, though I have a suspicion. Alec raises his hand. Guilty. I may have sent some information to a journalist friend. The comments section is fire, Charlie announces. Rich people karma is now a hashtag. My phone lights up again. Gavin. I decline the call, but read his text. They're freezing my accounts, all of them. What am I supposed to do? Get a job, I text back, like normal people. This isn't over, he responds. Oh, but it is. I block his number and look up at my support team. Anyone else feeling like celebration dinner? Wait, Sarah says, holding up her phone. Breaking news. Local beauty queen caught in family fraud scandal. Looks like Soleil's past pageant funds are under investigation too. 2 down, Charlie grins. And the dominoes keep falling, Alec adds. I lean back in my chair, feeling a weight lift that I didn't even know I was carrying. They thought they could bury me in debt and lies. Instead, I'm watching their carefully constructed world crumble, one viral video at a time. So, I say, standing up, dinner? I'm thinking somewhere expensive. I can afford it now that I'm not bankrolling the Zimmerman family circus. The laughter feels good. The freedom feels even better. The courthouse steps are crowded with reporters when I arrive, 3 months after the island incident, and the Zimmerman scandal is still making headlines. Today's the day everything becomes official. Miss Cooper! A reporter shoves a microphone in my face. Any comment on the fraud charges against your ex-husband's family? She'll be making no statements, Sarah says firmly, guiding me through the crowd. Inside, the scene isn't much better. Wendy sits with her lawyer, her designer outfit replaced by something distinctly off the rack. Soleil's nowhere to be seen, probably still dealing with her own legal troubles after her pageant fraud came to light. Ronnie's already in custody, awaiting trial for his investment schemes. And Gavin? He's at the defendant's table, looking like he's aged a decade. "All rise," the bailiff calls out. The judge wastes no time. "In the matter of financial fraud and criminal conspiracy, how do the defendants plead?" "Guilty, Your Honour," Gavin's lawyer responds. They'd worked out a plea deal, cooperation in exchange for reduced charges. Wendy lets out a dramatic sob. "My own son betraying us like this!" "Mrs. Zimmerman," the judge warns, "control yourself or you'll be removed." I feel a hand squeeze mine, Charlie, sitting beside me. On my other side, Alec gives me an encouraging nod. The proceedings move quickly after that. Gavin's statement detailing years of systematic fraud. The evidence, hundreds of pages of forged documents, fake investment schemes, manipulated accounts. The judge's face grows sterner with each revelation. "The court has reviewed the evidence," she announces finally. "Mr. Zimmerman, while your cooperation is noted, the extent of these crimes is staggering. You are hereby sentenced to 5 years in federal prison with an additional 3 years of supervised release," Wendy wails. The judge ignores her. "Furthermore, you are ordered to pay restitution in the amount of $273,000 to Miss Cooper, plus additional damages to be determined." My phone buzzes quietly. A text from Reese. "Mum just got served papers too. Something about tax fraud?" I smile slightly. The dominoes are still falling. "Your Honour," Sarah stands. "My client would like to address the court." The judge nods. "Proceed." I walk to the podium, my heels clicking on the marble floor. Gavin won't meet my eyes. "For 8 years," I begin, "I believed in family. I believed in supporting each other, in sacrifice, in trust. The Zimmermans took that belief and twisted it into something ugly. They didn't just steal my money, they stole my faith in people." Wendy tries to interrupt, but her lawyer shushes her. "But here's what they didn't steal," I continue. "My strength, my dignity, my ability to stand up and say no more. To anyone watching this case, anyone trapped in a similar situation, you can say no, you can fight back, and you can win." The judge nods approvingly. As I return to my seat, I notice several reporters scribbling furiously. "Court is adjourned," the judge declares, banging her gavel. Outside, the media circus has grown. This time, I'm ready. "Miss Cooper, how does it feel to take down Chicago's infamous Zimmerman family?" I face the cameras. "It feels like justice, and it's not over yet." "What do you mean?" "Ask Soleil about her charity foundation," I say with a smile. "Ask Wendy about her investment partners. The truth has a way of coming out." My phone buzzes again. Another text from Reese. "Can we talk? Like, somewhere private?" I show the message to Charlie and Alec. "Could be a trap," Charlie warns. "Or could be a kid who needs help getting out," Alec counters. I text back, "Coffee shop on 5th, 1 hour." Sarah catches up to us as we leave. "The divorce papers came through. You're officially free." "Not just free," I correct her. "Vindicated." My phone lights up with a news alert. Beauty Queen's charity scam exposed. Soleil Zimmerman faces federal investigation. 3 down, Charlie counts. 1 to go, Alec adds, just as another alert pops up. Socialite Wendy Zimmerman's investment partners file class action lawsuit. "Make that 4, I say, feeling lighter than ever. We step into the bright Chicago afternoon, leaving behind the courthouse and its drama. Ahead of me lies coffee with Reese, dinner with my real friends, and a life unburdened by the Zimmermans' toxic expectations. "You know what's funny?" I tell Charlie and Alec as we walk. "They always said I wasn't really part of their family. Turns out that was the biggest gift they could have given me." My phone buzzes one last time. The final divorce decree, officially changing my name back to Cooper. "To new beginnings," Charlie raises an imaginary glass. "To karma," Alec adds. "To freedom," I finish, stepping into my future, leaving the Zimmermans and their house of cards behind in the dust where they belong. The sun feels different in Bali. Warmer, kinder somehow. I stretch out on my private villa's deck, sipping fresh coconut water and scrolling through my notifications. Did you see this? Charlie's text pops up with a link. Wendy just got sentenced. I click through to the article. Socialite matriarch gets 3 years for financial fraud. The courthouse photo shows her in handcuffs, no designer bags or signature pearls in sight. My phone rings. It's Reese. Hey kiddo, I answer. How's college treating you? Amazing. My roommate can't believe I chose community college over private school, but honestly, it feels good paying my own way. After our coffee shop meeting, Reese had made a brave choice. She testified against her mother, moved in with her dad, Soleil's first ex-husband, and started working part-time while finishing high school. How's the blog going? I ask. Growing. People really connect with stories about breaking free from toxic family dynamics. Speaking of which, she pauses. Mum's sentencing is next week, 20 months for charity fraud. Are you going? No, Dad says I don't owe them anything anymore. Neither do you, by the way. I smile. I know. A notification pops up. An email from Marcus. Final restitution payment received. Account closed. They actually paid you back? Reese asks when I tell her. The court made them. Gavin's prison job, Wendy's liquidated assets, Ronnie's seized accounts, every penny. Karma's wild, Reese laughs. Hey, I gotta run to class. Love you, Aunt Allie. Love you too, kid. After we hang up, I open Instagram. My travel photography account has blown up since I started exploring the world solo. Today's post, sunrise yoga on a Balinese beach. The caption reads, "Sometimes the best family is the one you choose." A message from Alec appears. Beautiful shot. Save me a spot on that beach. We've been dancing around something more than friendship lately. He's been consulting in Singapore, just a short flight away. Beach is pretty big, I write back. Plenty of room. Dinner when you're back in Chicago? It's a date. A news alert catches my eye. Zimmerman family fraud, a cautionary tale. The article details everything, the island disaster, the court cases, the convictions. But the ending makes me smile. Former daughter-in-law Alison Cooper has become an unexpected advocate for financial abuse survivors, her story inspiring others to break free. My phone buzzes with a text from Charlie. Speaking of advocacy, you're still good to speak at next month's conference, right? Breaking Free Financial Independence After Family Fraud needs its star presenter. Wouldn't miss it, I reply. The sun starts to set over the ocean, painting the sky in colours no filter could enhance. I think about that day at the airport, watching the Zimmermans swagger through security, so certain of their power over me. They never imagined their house of cards would collapse so spectacularly. My assistant messages me, "Your TED Talk outline is ready for review. Topic, the hidden cost of family financial abuse. Shall I send it over?" "Tomorrow," I reply. "Tonight's for celebrating." "Anniversary of the island incident?" she asks. "Freedom," I correct her. I open my laptop to find an email from Sarah. Another interview request. National Magazine wants your story for their Women Who Fought Back series. Interested? Before I can reply, a final news alert appears. Ronnie Zimmerman's prison interview. We lost everything because we got greedy. At least he's honest now, I mutter. The villa's phone rings. Room service. "Ms. Cooper, your celebration dinner is ready. Shall we serve it on the beach as requested?" "Perfect," I answer. As I walk down to the private beach, I think about what Reese said about not owing them anything. She's right. The Zimmermans took so much from me, but in trying to break me, they accidentally set me free. My phone lights up one last time. A message from Alec. "Booked my ticket to Bali. See you in 2 days?" I smile and type back, "Can't wait." The beach dinner is set up beautifully. Candles, flowers, champagne. Not for show, not to impress anyone, just for me to enjoy. No family drama, no manipulation, no price tag of obligation attached. I raise my glass to the sunset, to freedom, to karma, to choice. The Zimmermans thought they were teaching me about family. Instead, they taught me about strength. They thought they were burying me in debt and obligation, never realizing they were planting the seeds of their own destruction. And me? I'm blooming. I take a sip of champagne and watch the stars emerge over the ocean. Tomorrow will bring new adventures, new challenges, new opportunities to help others break free. But tonight is mine, just mine, and that's everything.
The email from the scholarship committee sat unopened in my inbox for 3 days. I knew what they needed, just a simple verification of my existing college fund. The same fund my grandmother had set up for me when I was born, the one that was supposed to make my dreams possible. The same fund that, as of last Tuesday, didn't exist anymore. My name is Sophia, and I'm watching my future disappear in real time. "Mom," I called out, walking into our kitchen where she was arranging flower samples. "Can we talk about the college fund?" She barely glanced up from the lavender sprigs. "Honey, we've been through this. The wedding is in 2 months, and these arrangements aren't going to pay for themselves." "But that money was for my education," I said, my voice cracking. "Grandma Ella specifically—" "Oh, don't start with that again," Mom cut me off, finally looking at me. "Your sister's wedding is a once-in-a-lifetime event. College will always be there. Take out loans like everyone else." The front door opened and Harmony breezed in, shopping bags dangling from both arms. "Mom! You won't believe what I found for the bridesmaids' gifts." I watched as Mum's entire demeanour changed, her face lighting up as she rushed to inspect Harmony's latest purchases. I might as well have been invisible. "Show me everything," Mum squealed, helping Harmony spread her treasures across the kitchen counter, right on top of my scholarship paperwork. "Hey, I was working on that," I protested weakly. "Oh, sorry," Harmony chirped, not sorry at all. "But look at these personalised silk robes, aren't they divine?" I grabbed my papers and retreated to my room, but not before hearing Mom gush, "$300 each! That's a steal for this quality." That night, I confronted Dad in his study. "Did you even think about asking me before emptying my college fund?" He looked up from his laptop, sighing like I was being unreasonable. "Sophia, you're smart. You'll get scholarships. Your sister needs this wedding to be perfect. You know how important the Youngs are." "And what about what I need?" I asked, fighting back tears. "What you need is to stop being selfish," he replied firmly. "This is about family." I laughed bitterly. "Family? Was it about family when Grandma Ella made you promise to protect that money for my education?" "Your grandmother—" He paused, something flickering across his face. She didn't understand the real world. Sometimes priorities change. I retreated to my bedroom, pulling out the last birthday card Grandma Ella had given me before she passed. Inside, she'd written, "Remember, my clever girl, I've made sure you're taken care of, just in case." Those last 3 words echoed in my head as I stared at her neat handwriting. Just in case. Just in case of what? What had she seen coming? My phone buzzed. Another text from Harmony about dress fittings. I ignored it, instead pulling up my contacts and scrolling until I found the number I needed. My hands shook as I pressed dial. "Hope Ferguson's office," a crisp voice answered. "Hi," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "This is Sophia Bowen. My grandmother was Ella Ferguson." A pause. "Yes, of course. How can I help you?" "I think something's really wrong here," I said, the words tumbling out. "My parents just emptied my college fund, the one Grandma set up. They're using it for my sister's wedding. But I remember Grandma saying she'd protected it somehow, that she'd made sure—" "Stop right there," Hope interrupted, her tone suddenly sharp. "Don't say anything else over the phone. Can you come to my office tomorrow at 9 a.m? "Yes, but—" "Bring any documentation you have about the fund. And, Sophia," she paused, "don't tell your parents you're coming to see me." After I hung up, I could hear Harmony's laughter floating up from downstairs, followed by Mom's excited chatter about table settings. I thought about Grandma Ella's knowing smile the last time I saw her, how she'd squeezed my hand and said, "Sometimes justice takes patience, my dear." I didn't understand what she meant then, but I was starting to. The fluorescent lights at Miller's Books buzzed overhead as I restocked the self-help section, my eyes burning from lack of sleep. 3 job applications and 2 scholarship essays had kept me up until 4 a.m, and my hands shook as I arranged the spines. "You're putting those on the wrong shelf," Brian said quietly behind me. I jumped, nearly dropping Living Your Best Life on my foot. "Sorry," I mumbled, blinking at the titles. He was right. I'd been putting relationship advice books in the career section. "When's the last time you ate something?" He leaned against the shelf, concerned. "You look like you're about to pass out." Before I could answer, my phone buzzed. Another text from Mom. "Need you home by 6. Harmony's florist changed the quote, emergency family meeting." I showed Brian the message and he whistled. "Another wedding crisis? The florist wants to charge extra for imported peonies," I said, my voice hollow. "Apparently, local flowers aren't good enough for the Youngs." "How much extra?" $5,000. I laughed, but it came out more like a sob. "That's a semester's worth of textbooks right there." Brian touched my shoulder gently. "Take your break. I'll cover for you." In the break room, I pulled out my laptop and opened another scholarship application. The words blurred together as I tried to explain why I deserved financial aid, why I was worth investing in, when my own family hadn't thought so. My phone rang. Hope Ferguson's number flashing on the screen. I answered immediately. "I've reviewed everything," she said without preamble. "Can you come in tomorrow morning?" "I work until—" "This is important, Sophia. Your grandmother made sure you weren't forgotten." Something in her tone made my heart skip. "What do you mean?" "Not over the phone. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. sharp." She paused. "And bring a notebook." I made it home by 6:05, but the family meeting was already in full swing. "It's not just the peonies," Harmony was saying, waving her hands dramatically. "Dante's mother says the table settings look cheap. We need to upgrade everything." Dad rubbed his temples. "How much?" "Only 12,000 more." Harmony's voice went sweet, the way it always did when she wanted something. "Daddy, please. The Youngs are expecting—" "The Youngs this, the Youngs that," I snapped, surprising everyone, including myself. "Maybe they should pay for their precious table settings." The room went silent. Mum's face darkened. "Sophia, if you can't be supportive—" "Supportive?" I stood up, my chair scraping back. "You took my entire future and turned it into centerpieces, and I'm supposed to be supportive?" "Don't be dramatic," Harmony rolled her eyes. "It's just college. You can still go to community college or something." I stared at her, at this person who was supposed to be my sister, and felt something inside me break. "I got into Princeton." "What?" Mom's head snapped up. "I got in. Full academic acceptance." I pulled the crumpled letter from my bag. "But I can't go because I can't afford it, because my college fund is paying for your imported flowers and crystal glasses." Harmony at least had the decency to look uncomfortable. Dad cleared his throat. "We'll figure something out. Maybe we can access some of your grandmother's retirement accounts." "Figure something out?" I laughed. "Like you figured out how to empty an account that wasn't yours to take?" "That's enough!" Mum slammed her hand on the table. "Go to your room if you're going to be difficult." I turned to leave, then stopped. You know what Grandma Ella told me once? She said sometimes the people who hurt you most are the ones who can't see past their own reflection. As I walked upstairs, I heard Hope's voice in my head from our brief call. "Your grandmother made sure you weren't forgotten." The next morning I sat in Hope's office, clutching my notebook as she read from a legal document. "The clause is very clear," she said, looking up at me. "Your parents' access to Ella's accounts is contingent on intact preservation of Sophia's trust." My heart stopped. "What does that mean?" Hope smiled, and for a moment she looked just like Grandma Ella. "It means, my dear, that your grandmother saw this coming, and she made sure there would be consequences." I watched from my bedroom window as Dad paced the driveway, phone pressed to his ear. His face grew redder with each passing minute. "What do you mean, denied?" he shouted into the phone. "I'm her son-in-law. Those accounts have my name on them." Inside, Mom was having her own meltdown in the kitchen. "But the honeymoon deposit is due tomorrow," she was saying to someone. "The Maldives package isn't refundable." I should have felt guilty. Instead, I felt oddly calm as I typed out an email to Hope. "They're trying to access the accounts now. What happens next?" Her response came quickly. "Exactly what your grandmother planned. Would you like to see the paperwork?" An hour later, I sat in Hope's office again, watching her lay out documents across her desk. "Your grandmother was incredibly thorough," she explained, pointing to highlighted sections. "The moment they touched your college fund, they triggered the clause. They can't access a penny of the retirement accounts until they restore your education trust." "But they've already spent it," I said. Hope's smile was sharp. "Exactly. Dante's family is expecting a certain standard," Mom had said last week when I questioned the cost of the honeymoon. "We can always recover the money from your grandmother's accounts." Except they couldn't. My phone buzzed, a text from Brian. "You okay? You seemed off at work yesterday." Before I could respond, Hope slid another document across the desk. "Your grandmother left this for you, a letter to be opened when the clause was triggered." The envelope was heavy, cream-coloured. Grandma Ella's handwriting flowed across the page. "My dearest Sophia, if you're reading this, they've done exactly what I feared they would. Your sister's shadow has always been long, but I've made sure it won't eclipse your future entirely. Sometimes the kindest thing we can do is let people face the consequences of their actions. Don't let them guilt you into fixing this. You're not responsible for their choices. All my love, Grandma Ella." I folded the letter carefully as Hope continued. "They'll try to pressure you into signing a waiver. Don't. Everything is legally binding." "How much?" I asked. "In the retirement accounts." $40,000. Hope's eyes met mine, plus accumulated interest. The front door was open when I got home, voices spilling out onto the porch. Harmony's new fiancé, Dante, was gesturing angrily. "My mother's already told everyone about the Maldives," he was saying. "We can't just cancel. Do you know how embarrassing that would be?" "We'll figure it out," Mom promised, her voice tight. "There's just a small issue with accessing some funds." "Small issue?" Dad interrupted. "The bank won't even talk to us anymore. They keep referring us to that damn lawyer." I tried to slip past them, but Mom's head snapped toward me. Her makeup was smeared, eyes wild. "Tell me what you did," she whispered. "I didn't do anything," I said truthfully. "Grandma Ella did." "What's that supposed to mean?" Dante demanded. But Mom's face had gone pale. "The clause," she breathed. "That's what Ella meant at Christmas, wasn't it, when she said she'd made arrangements?" "What clause?" Harmony appeared in the doorway, still in her wedding planning clothes. "What's going on?" "Your sister," Mom's voice was shaking, "somehow got her grandmother to lock us out of our retirement savings." "I didn't get her to do anything," I corrected. "You did that yourself when you stole my college fund." "Borrowed," Dad shouted. "We borrowed it. Without asking, without permission, for a wedding that costs more than 4 years of tuition." My voice was steady now. Actions have consequences. "Fix this." Harmony stepped toward me, her perfect features twisted. "Fix it right now." "I can't," I said, "and I wouldn't if I could." "You selfish little—" Mom started forward, but Dad caught her arm. "We'll talk to Hope again," he said. "There has to be a way around this." I walked past them, up the stairs, their voices following me. "The Youngs will never understand. We can't cancel the honeymoon. How could she do this to us?" In my room, I pulled out my phone and finally replied to Brian, "No, I'm not okay. But I think I will be." Then I opened my laptop and started another scholarship application. Below me I could hear Mom crying, Dad arguing, Harmony demanding. But for the first time in years their drama felt distant, like a storm I was watching from somewhere safe and dry. My phone lit up with a text from Hope. Your grandmother would be proud. I thought about the letter, about consequences and choices, about shadows that had grown too long, and I smiled. The church bells chimed as guests filed in, all designer dresses and air kisses. I sat in the back row, smoothing my simple blue dress, the only one I owned that was appropriate, according to Mom's standards. "The Youngs are here!" someone whispered excitedly, and heads turned as Dante's family made their entrance, dripping in jewellery and superiority. A hand touched my shoulder. Brian slid into the seat beside me, looking uncomfortable in his borrowed suit. "You didn't have to come alone," he said quietly. "I didn't want to explain why I'm sitting in the back of my own sister's wedding," I replied. The music started and Harmony appeared in the doorway. She was radiant in her custom gown, floating down the aisle like she'd been born for this moment. Mom was crying in the front row, Dad beaming proudly beside her. "And now," the minister said, "we'll hear a few words from the family." I watched as various relatives stood to give their speeches. Mom's voice shook with emotion as she talked about her beautiful firstborn. Dad cleared his throat repeatedly during his toast about his little princess. No one asked me to speak. "Would you like to say something?" Brian whispered. I shook my head. What could I say? Congratulations on the wedding that cost me my future. Best wishes on your marriage funded by theft? The reception was in full swing when Dad's phone rang. He stepped away from the head table, his face darkening as he listened. Even across the room I could see his hands shaking as he ended the call. "Turner," Mum touched his arm. "What's wrong?" "The bank," he said hoarsely. "They've denied our appeal. The retirement accounts are still frozen." Mum's perfectly made-up face crumpled. "But the catering bill—" "Not here," Dad hissed, glancing at the nearby tables. "Later." But their whispered argument carried across the dance floor. "We're maxed out on every card. The house payment is due next week." "What about the loan?" "Already denied." I sipped my water, watching Harmony and Dante twirl on the dance floor, oblivious to the financial hurricane brewing around them. "You could tell her?" Brian suggested. "Tell her what? That while she's dancing at her dream wedding, our parents are facing bankruptcy? That her perfect day came at the cost of my education and their retirement?" I set down my glass. She wouldn't believe me anyway. Later that night, as the party wound down, Mom cornered me by the bathrooms. Her eyes were glassy, either from champagne or tears. "This is all your fault," she slurred. "Your grandmother poisoned you against us." "No," I stepped back. "You did that all on your own. We gave you everything." "You gave Harmony everything," I corrected. "You gave me whatever was left over." "That's not true," but her voice wavered. "Really? Name one thing that was just for me, one time you chose me first." She opened her mouth, then closed it. "Exactly." I turned to leave. "Where are you going?" "Home. My shift starts at 8 tomorrow." "It's your sister's wedding." "And I've been here," I said. "In the back, invisible, just like always." I found Brian waiting by his car. "Ready?" "Almost." I looked back at the venue, at the twinkling lights and flowing champagne, at the dream wedding that had become my nightmare. "You know what's funny? They keep saying Grandma turned me against them, but she didn't. She just gave me the power to stop letting them hurt me." "Are you okay?" Brian asked as we pulled away. I thought about the scholarship applications waiting on my desk, about the part-time job I'd picked up at the library, about the future I was rebuilding piece by piece. "I will be." My phone buzzed. A text from Harmony. "Where did you go? Mum's crying in the bathroom." I turned off my phone. When we got home, the house was dark and quiet. I kicked off my shoes and headed upstairs, but stopped at the sight of something on my bed. It was my baby album, the one Mom kept in her closet. A note was stuck to the cover. "Your grandmother poisoned us against you." I opened it. Every photo had been removed except one. Me at my high school graduation, standing alone while in the background, my family clustered around Harmony. The message was clear. This was war. But as I tucked the album away, I realised something. They thought Grandma Ella had given me a weapon. But what she'd really given me was armour, protection against the guilt and manipulation that had controlled me for so long, and I was finally ready to use it. The sounds of another argument echoed through the house as I tried to focus on my laptop screen. 3 weeks after the wedding, and things were unravelling fast. "What do you mean you can't pay the credit card?" Mum's voice carried up the stairs. "We have to pay something." "With what money, Rachel?" Dad shouted back. "The accounts are frozen, the cards are maxed, and your daughter and her husband are living in our guest room, eating us out of house and home." I clicked submit on my application for the library leadership grant Brian had told me about. The position came with tuition assistance and flexible hours, exactly what I needed. My door burst open. Mum stood there, mascara streaked down her face. "You have to help us." "No, we're your parents." "Parents don't steal from their children," I said, closing my laptop. "We didn't steal," she started, but was interrupted by Harmony's voice from downstairs. "Mum, Dante's parents are coming for dinner tomorrow. We need to get groceries." Mum's face crumpled. "We can't afford—" "But they're expecting us to host." Harmony appeared behind Mum, still in her silk pyjamas at 2 p.m. "Daddy, can't you just call Hope again?" I tried. Dad emerged from his study, looking older than I'd ever seen him. "She says the clause is ironclad. Unless we can restore Sophia's college fund." "Then make her sign something," Harmony pointed at me. "Make her fix this." "I can't fix your problems," I said, standing up, "and I won't try." My phone buzzed. An email from the library. I opened it, my heart racing. "What's that?" Mom asked, trying to peek at my screen. "I got the grant," I said, my voice steady. "Full tuition coverage for my degree, plus a paid position at the university library." The silence was deafening. "Congratulations," Dad finally said, but his tone was hollow. Harmony snorted. "Great! While we're drowning in debt, you're getting free money." "It's not free," I snapped. "I worked for this. I earned it. While you were planning your perfect wedding, I was writing applications and working double shifts." "Girls," Mum started, but was cut off by the doorbell. Dad went downstairs to answer it. A moment later, his voice carried up, "Hope, what are you doing here?" I hurried downstairs to find Hope standing in our foyer, elegant as always in her charcoal suit. "I came to deliver this in person." She held out an envelope to Dad. "The final ruling from the bank's legal department." Dad's hands shook as he read the letter. "This is impossible." "The terms are quite clear," Hope said. "The misuse of Sophia's educational trust has permanently restricted access to Ella's retirement accounts. There is no appeal process." "But that's our money!" Mom cried. "No," Hope's voice was steel. "It was Ella's money, left with specific conditions you violated." "We're her parents," Dad tried again. "We had the right—" "You had an obligation," Hope corrected, "to protect your daughter's future. You chose not to honour that obligation. These are the consequences." Harmony started crying. "But what about us? What about our bills?" Hope's expression didn't change. "I suggest you look into financial counselling. Good day." After she left, the house felt like a tomb. Dad disappeared into his study. Mum sat at the kitchen table, staring at nothing. Harmony retreated to the guest room, slamming the door. My phone buzzed again. A text from Brian. "Got the grant?" "Yes," I typed back. "And something else too. Freedom." That evening, as I was leaving for my shift at the bookstore, I overheard Dante on the phone in the garden. "Mother, please—" "Yes, I know the wedding was expensive." "No, we can't move in with you instead, because it would look bad." Inside, Mom was trying to calculate bills on the back of an envelope, her handwriting getting messier as the numbers got bigger. "Sophia!" she called out as I reached for the door. "Please, we're still your family." I thought about the empty photo album, about years of being second best, about the casual cruelty of taking my future to fund Harmony's perfect day. "No," I said quietly. You're just the people who raised me. Family would have protected me. As I walked to my car, I could see Dad through his study window, on the phone again, probably trying another bank. Harmony was on the front steps, scrolling through her honeymoon photos, still living in her bubble of privilege. My phone lit up with an email. Congratulations on your acceptance to the Advanced Library Sciences program. I started my car, leaving them all behind with their choices and consequences. In my rearview mirror, the house looked smaller somehow, less intimidating, just like their power over me. Just sign the paper, Sophia. Dad slid the document across the kitchen table. One signature, and this all goes away. I glanced at the waiver without touching it. No. Be reasonable, he pleaded. Your mother can barely sleep. The bank is threatening foreclosure. We could lose everything. Like I lost my college fund. He slammed his hand on the table. Enough! You're being childish. No, I'm being consistent. I stood up. You made your choice. Now you get to live with it. Mum appeared in the doorway, clutching her coffee mug like a lifeline. Please, sweetie, we're desperate. I remember being desperate too, I said. When I begged you not to take my money, when I showed you my acceptance letter, when I tried to explain what Princeton meant to me, did you listen then? The front door opened and Harmony stormed in. The country club cancelled our membership. Do you know how humiliating that was? Dante's mother was there. We can't afford the dues anymore, Dad muttered. This is all your fault. Harmony whirled on me. Just sign the stupid waiver. Or what? I asked. You'll take something else from me? Her face twisted. Grandma Ella would be ashamed of you. The laugh that escaped me was bitter. Really? Because she's the one who set this up. She saw exactly who you all were and made sure you couldn't hurt me forever. We never hurt you, Mom cried. Tell me something, I said, pulling out my phone. Remember this email? The one where I told you I got into Princeton? Want to know what you replied? I read aloud. That's nice, honey, but we need you to help with Harmony's wedding favours this weekend. Mom paled. I was busy. You were always busy. When it came to me, I turned to Harmony. And you, when I told you about Princeton, you said, and I quote, Ugh, why would you want to go so far away? You're just trying to make everything about you again. I didn't mean, yes, you did. I picked up the waiver and ripped it in half. You all meant everything you did. Every time you chose her over me, every time you dismissed my dreams, every time you took what was mine and gave it to her. Grandma's money was meant for all of us, Dad protested. Really? Let's call Hope then. Let's ask her exactly what Grandma meant. His silence was telling. Harmony stepped closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. What do you want? An apology? Fine, I'm sorry. Now fix this. An apology? I stared at her. You think sorry makes up for 18 years of being treated like I didn't matter? For watching my future get spent on your designer wedding dress? You always make life harder for everyone, she hissed, and then her hand shot out, slapping me across the face. The room froze. My cheeks stung, but I didn't flinch. Thank you, I said quietly. For what? She spat. For proving Grandma right. I touched my cheek. She told me once that people show you who they really are when they can't control you anymore. Mum started crying. Dad looked away. Harmony stood there, her hand still raised as if shocked by her own action. I'm leaving, I announced. I have work and then a meeting about my grant, you know, the one none of you congratulated me for. Sophia, please, Mom reached for me. We're still your parents. No, I said, stepping back. You're just people who had kids and loved one more than the other. That's not parenting. That's favoritism. I grabbed my keys and bag. Behind me, I could hear Harmony starting to cry, Mom trying to comfort her, of course, and Dad making another frustrated phone call. Grandma Ella's voice echoed in my memory. Don't let them rush you into playing small. My phone buzzed. A text from Brian. Still on for coffee after your shift? Yes, I typed back. I need to tell you about what just happened. Everything okay? I touched my cheek again, feeling not pain but clarity. Better than okay. I'm finally free. As I drove away, I could see them all in the window. Mom holding Harmony, Dad pacing, their perfect family picture cracking under the weight of consequences. They'd tried to make me feel guilty for letting them face the results of their choices. They'd tried to manipulate me into fixing their mistakes. They'd even tried violence. But Grandma Ella had given me more than just legal protection. She'd given me the strength to stand firm, to let karma do its work, to watch them reap what they'd sown. And I wasn't going to waste that gift. Did you hear about Turner and Rachel? I overheard Aunt Linda whisper at the family reunion. They're selling the house, moving into a rental. And Harmony, Uncle Pete leaned in. Living with Dante's parents now, the marriage is already rocky. I kept arranging cookies on the buffet table, pretending not to hear. 3 months had passed since the slap, since I'd walked away from their manipulation. Sophia, Aunt Linda noticed me. We were just... How are you, dear? Great, actually, I smiled. The library program is going well. I start graduate courses next month. On scholarship, Uncle Pete added pointedly. Unlike some people, you earned your way. The family had split into camps, those who admired my stand against injustice and those who thought I'd destroyed the family. The divide grew deeper when Dad's desperate lawsuit against Hope failed spectacularly. My phone buzzed, a text from Brian. Court documents just got posted online. Want me to send them? No need, I replied. I'm done keeping score. Aunt Linda touched my arm. Your grandmother would be so proud. She ruined us. Mum's voice cut through the chatter. She stood in the doorway, swaying slightly. The drinking had started after they lost the house. My own mother chose her over all of us. Rachel, Uncle Pete warned, this isn't the time. When is the time? She stumbled forward. My daughter won't even speak to me. My husband's depression is getting worse. Harmony's marriage is falling apart. And she pointed at me, just watches it all burn. You set the fire, I said quietly. I just refused to put it out. The room went silent. I have something to say, I continued, setting down the cookie platter. I wrote it all down, actually. Sent it to Harmony this morning. I pulled out my phone and read, Dear Harmony, you got the fairy tale. The perfect wedding, the designer dress, the exotic honeymoon. You got everything you wanted, including my future. But here's what you didn't get. Peace, respect, self-sufficiency. You never learned to stand on your own because they were always holding you up. Now they can't anymore, and you're falling. I'm not writing to gloat. I'm writing because you should know. This isn't revenge. This is consequences. This is what happens when you build your happiness on someone else's pain. You got the fairy tale. I got the truth. Sophia. Mom lunged for my phone, but Uncle Pete caught her arm. Rachel, enough! How dare you? She hissed. After everything we did for you. Everything you did for me, I laughed. Let's list it. You took my college fund. You dismissed my achievements. You enabled Harmony's entitlement. You chose her happiness over my future. Every single time. We loved you. No, you loved having someone to sacrifice. My phone buzzed again, a voicemail notification from Harmony. I played it on speaker. Sophia, I didn't know how to love you back then. I don't think I knew how to love anyone but myself. I'm sorry, not because I need something from you now, but because I finally understand what I took from you, what we all took from you. I ended the playback. Mum had crumpled into a chair, sobbing. Aunt Linda was comforting her while Uncle Pete looked on with disapproval. I have to go, I announced. I have a study group meeting. Sophia, Mum called out weakly. Please, I forgive you, I said, surprising everyone, including myself. Not because you deserve it, but because I don't want to carry this anger anymore. But forgiveness doesn't mean forgetting. It doesn't mean fixing your mistakes. It just means I'm free. Outside, Brian was waiting in his car. How'd it go? Exactly as expected. I buckled my seatbelt. They're still waiting for me to cave to fix everything. And will you? I thought about Harmony's voicemail, about Mom's tears, about Dad's depression, about the consequences finally catching up to them all. No, I said firmly. Some lessons have to be learned the hard way. As we drove away, I could see Mom watching from the window, still crying. My phone showed 3 missed calls from Harmony and a text from Dad. We should have protected you. I'm sorry we failed. Too little, too late. But as we turned the corner, I felt lighter somehow. Their drama wasn't my responsibility anymore. Their problems weren't mine to solve. I had my own story to write now, and it didn't include being anyone's sacrifice. The last box of Grandma Ella's books sat on my new apartment floor, waiting to be unpacked. Each one held a memory, her reading to me, teaching me to think critically, showing me how to stand up for myself. My phone lit up with Mom's weekly text. Thinking of you, hope you're well. Brief, careful, restrained. So different from her previous emotional manipulations. I left it unanswered like all the others. Need help with that? Brian asked, carrying in another box. Just this last one. I pulled out Grandma's favourite novel, a worn copy of Pride and Prejudice. A sealed envelope fell from between its pages. What's that? My hands trembled as I recognised Grandma Ella's handwriting. For Sophia. When it's over. Inside was a letter I'd never seen before. My dearest Sophia, if you're reading this, you've finally broken free. I've watched them dim your light for years, always choosing Harmony's sparkle over your steady glow. It broke my heart, but I knew you needed to find your own strength. The clause wasn't just about money. It was about consequences, yes, but more importantly, it was about choice, your choice, to stop being their sacrifice, to start being your own hero. You were always my favourite chapter. Love, Grandma Ella. The doorbell rang. Through the peephole, I saw Harmony standing there, looking nothing like the princess bride of 6 months ago. Her designer clothes were gone, replaced by simple jeans and a sweater. Don't open it, Brian warned. But I did. Hi, she said softly. Nice place. What do you want, Harmony? To talk. Really talk. She held up her hands. No manipulation, no asking for help, just talk. I let her in. She looked around at the modest apartment, at the boxes of books, at the life I was building without them. Dante left, she said suddenly. Turns out he only wanted the fantasy, the perfect wife with the perfect life and perfect family money. I'm sorry, I said, and meant it. Don't be. I needed this. She picked up Grandma's letter, which I dropped on the coffee table. Can I? I nodded. As she read, tears filled her eyes. She was right about me, about all of us. She handed the letter back. We didn't just take your money, did we? We took your childhood, your security, your trust. Yes. I filed for divorce yesterday, she continued. Got a job as a receptionist. Mum's furious, says it's beneath me. And what do you think? I think it's exactly what I deserve. She met my eyes. I'm not asking for forgiveness or money or anything really. I needed you to know that you won. This wasn't about winning, I said, touching Grandma's letter. It was about surviving, about choosing myself for once. Well, you did both. She stood up. I should go. Mum doesn't know I'm here. She's not handling things well. I know. Dad emails me their therapy bills sometimes, like that will make me cave. But you won't, will you? No. She nodded. Good, don't. She walked to the door, then turned back. You know what's funny? All those years they said you were the weak one. But you're the strongest person I know. After she left, Brian helped me unpack the last box. Each book found its place on my new shelves, creating a wall of wisdom and memory. "You okay?" he asked, shelving the final volume. "Not better," I said, thinking about Harmony's visit, about Mom's careful texts, about Dad's desperate emails. Just seen. Finally seen. My phone buzzed. A message from Hope. "Your grandmother would be proud of how you've handled everything. Coffee next week?" I smiled, remembering Grandma Ella's words. "You were always my favourite chapter." "Revenge didn't heal me," I said to Brian, who was watching me carefully. "But it did make sure they felt what I did, forgotten. And somehow that was enough." He took my hand. "Ready to write your own story now?" I looked around my new apartment, at the life I was building from the ashes of their betrayal, at the strength I'd found in standing firm, at the peace I'd discovered in letting go. "Yes," I said, squeezing his hand. "And this time, I'm the author." I placed Grandma's letter in her favourite book, but I didn't need to read it again. Its message was already written in my heart, in my choices, in my refusal to be anyone's sacrifice ever again. Some people call it revenge, others call it karma. I call it justice, and it tastes like freedom.
The fourth time my mother-in-law mentioned the cruise, I was elbow deep in soapy dishwater while she lounged at the kitchen table, dabbing imaginary tears from her eyes. I should have seen it coming. The way she lingered after dinner, the theatrical sighs, the meaningful glances at the travel magazine she'd deliberately left open on the counter. I'm Vivian, and I've spent the last 6 years learning the art of navigating Brenda's emotional manipulation. Usually, I manage it with gritted teeth and forced smiles, but tonight was different. "You know," she said, voice trembling perfectly on cue, "Margaret from church just got back from the Caribbean. The photos were just—" She trailed off, staring wistfully through our kitchen window. "I suppose I'll just sit in this house and die, then, while others enjoy the world." The plate I was washing clinked a little too loudly against the sink. Behind me, I heard Hayden shift uncomfortably in his chair. My wonderful, conflict-avoidant husband, who still hadn't learned that his mother's guilt trips were as calculated as tax season. "Mom," he started, but she cut him off with a wave. No, it's fine. I understand that some people have different priorities." She picked up her phone, thumbs moving rapidly. "I just thought, what with Vivian's promotion?" I turned around, drying my hands on a dish towel. "Brenda, we've discussed this. That promotion means more responsibility, not just more money. We're trying to save for—" "Of course you are, dear." Her smile didn't reach her eyes. "And I'm just an old woman who never got to travel while your father-in-law was alive. Glenn always promised me that cruise." She dabbed at her eyes again. Hayden reached for her hand. "Mom, please don't—" "I said it's fine!" She stood up, gathering her purse and cardigan with shaking hands. "I should go. It's getting late, and clearly I'm just upsetting everyone." Before either of us could respond, she was heading for the door, each step a masterclass in martyred dignity. The silence after she left felt heavy, loaded with unspoken words. "Viv," Hayden said quietly. "She didn't mean it like that." I kept wiping the counter, focusing on a particularly stubborn spot. "She never means it like that, does she?" "She's just lonely, and you know how hard it's been since Dad—" "It's been 3 years, Hayden." I turned to face him. "And somehow, the cruise only became essential after my promotion." He ran a hand through his hair, his tell when he's stressed. "Can we just—" not do this tonight, please?" I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. We finished cleaning in silence, the tension thick enough to cut with one of the knives I'd just washed. Later that night, as Hayden slept beside me, I made the mistake of checking Facebook. There it was, posted exactly 17 minutes after she'd left our house. Some people forget what it means to support aging parents, sitting here alone, wondering where family loyalty went these days, praying for guidance in these trying times. No tags, of course, but the comments were already rolling in. "Stay strong, Brenda." Some people just don't understand family values anymore. "Call me if you need to talk." I closed the app and stared at the ceiling, counting backward from 100 to keep my blood pressure in check. Tomorrow, Ainsley would see it. Then, the aunts. Then, the cousins. By next week's family dinner, I'd be the heartless daughter-in-law who wouldn't help poor, widowed Brenda see the world. My phone buzzed with a text from Jasmine. "You okay? Saw the post. She's really laying it on thick this time." I typed back, "Just another Tuesday with Brenda." But it wasn't just another Tuesday. As I lay there in the dark, listening to Hayden's steady breathing, something shifted inside me. 6 years of swallowing my responses, of being the bigger person, of watching Brenda play the victim while painting me as the villain. It was enough. My phone buzzed again. Jasmine. "Want me to comment? I can accidentally mention that Caribbean cruise she took last year." "Not yet," I replied, "but keep that receipt handy." I put my phone away and smiled in the darkness. Brenda wanted to play the poor, neglected mother-in-law? Fine. But she'd forgotten one crucial detail about me. I worked in marketing. I knew all about crafting narratives and controlling stories, and I had receipts. So many receipts. Sunday family dinners were Brenda's favorite battlefield. I could feel the shift in atmosphere the moment Hayden and I walked through her front door, the way conversations hushed, the pointed looks, the artificial brightness in everyone's greetings. "Vivian, so glad you could make it," Ainsley chirped, her smile sharp as a paper cut. "We weren't sure if you'd be too busy with work." I handed her the wine bottle I'd brought. Wouldn't miss it. The living room was a minefield of passive-aggressive small talk. Aunt Carol asked about my fancy new office, emphasizing how different it must be from modest teaching, like what Hayden does. Uncle Pete wondered aloud if career women ever regret putting success before family. Brenda orchestrated it all from her armchair throne, nodding sympathetically at every barb thrown my way. "Remember when Hayden used to volunteer at the senior center?" Ainsley said during dinner, pushing her peas around. "He was so generous before—" She caught herself, but the damage was done. "Before what?" I asked pleasantly, fork paused halfway to my mouth. "Before marriage?" Silence descended over the table. Hayden suddenly became very interested in his mashed potatoes. "Oh, sweetheart." Brenda dabbed at her eyes with a napkin. "No one's saying that. We're just reminiscing." After dinner, I escaped to the kitchen to help with dishes. Brenda followed, closing the door behind her. "Vivian, dear, could we talk?" I kept scrubbing a casserole dish. "Of course. I've been thinking about what you said about the promotion." She leaned against the counter, voice dropping to a confidential whisper. "I know things are tight, but family helps family." "Things aren't tight, Brenda. We're just being responsible with our money." "Responsible?" She laughed softly. "Is that what you call it? While I'm here, struggling to make ends meet?" I put down the dish and turned to face her. Are you struggling? Because last month you bought a new living room set. That was different. This cruise. Her eyes welled up. It was Glenn's dream for us. He wanted to take me before he... She pressed a hand to her chest. I'm not paying for your cruise. The tears vanished. Excuse me? You heard me. I dried my hands. I'm not funding your vacation. Not now, not ever. Her face hardened. I see. Well, I suppose I know where I stand now. She turned to leave, then paused. You know, Glenn always said you can tell a person's character by how they treat their elders. Funny. I thought you could tell it by how they manipulate their family. She left without another word. I waited a few minutes before following, but as I approached the living room, I heard her on the phone in the hallway. You won't believe what just happened, Margaret. Yes, the same one. My daughter-in-law, sitting on all that money while I'm practically begging to see the world before I die. Glenn would be heartbroken. I texted Jasmine. Need to talk. Now. Coming over with wine? She replied immediately. Back in the living room, Hayden was deep in conversation with Ainsley, who kept shooting me concerned glances. I touched his shoulder. Ready to go? The drive home was quiet until Hayden spoke. Mom seemed upset. Did she tell you why? No, but then maybe ask her before assuming it's my fault. He sighed. I didn't say that. You didn't have to. At home, Jasmine was waiting on our porch with 2 bottles of red and a determined expression. Spill everything, she demanded as soon as we were inside. I told her about dinner, the kitchen confrontation, the phone call. With each detail, her eyes narrowed further. This woman is playing chess while everyone else is playing checkers, she said, pouring generous glasses. And she's using your promotion as ammunition. I know. I took a long sip. The thing is, something doesn't add up. Remember last year when her roof needed repairs? When she guilted everyone into contributing because she was destitute? Right. But then she remodeled her bathroom 2 months later. Jasmine sat up straighter. And the new furniture? Exactly. I pulled out my phone, showing her Brenda's recent Facebook posts. Look at all these modest little treats she keeps buying herself, for someone who's supposedly struggling. Time to do some digging? Jasmine raised an eyebrow. I nodded. I know someone in HR who's good with financial records. Public ones, nothing illegal. Good. Jasmine clinked her glass against mine. Because I'm tired of watching you play defense in a game she rigged. My phone buzzed. Another group text from Brenda. Feeling blessed to have such loving family, most of them anyway. I showed it to Jasmine, who snorted. Oh, honey, she has no idea what's coming, does she? No, I smiled. She really doesn't. You want me to what now? Terence leaned back in his office chair, eyebrows raised. I'd cornered him during lunch break, armed with coffee and his favorite donuts. Just run a basic public records search. Nothing illegal, nothing private. I know you do this kind of thing for the company all the time. For background checks, sure. He took a bite of donut, considering. But your mother-in-law... She's been crying poverty while renovating her house. Something's not adding up, and I need to know what. He wiped sugar from his fingers. And your husband can't just ask her? Huh? Hayden. I sighed. He has a blind spot when it comes to his mother. Besides, she'd just lie. Fair enough. He turned to his computer. What's her full name and date of birth? 20 minutes later, we were staring at a screen full of public financial records. Terrence's fingers flew across the keyboard, cross-referencing dates and account numbers. Well, he muttered. Look at this. He pointed to a dormant account at Western Union Bank. See these regular deposits? They've been going in monthly for the past 7 years. Small amounts, but they add up. I leaned closer. How much total? Let me calculate. He typed rapidly. Just over $23,000. My coffee went cold on his desk as we dug deeper. The pattern was clear. Regular deposits, carefully spread across different accounts, always just under amounts that would trigger reporting requirements. She's not exactly breaking any laws, Terrence said, but she's definitely been building a nest egg while crying broke to the family. My phone buzzed. Another group text from Brenda. So blessed by those who offered to help with my medical bills last month. God provides through generous hearts. Medical bills? Terrence glanced at my phone. The same month this account shows a spa resort charge? I stood up, gathering the printouts. Thanks, Terrence. I owe you. Just promise me front row seats when this all comes out. That evening, I drove to Brenda's house, knowing she'd be at her weekly bridge game. The spare key was still under the ceramic frog. Some habits never change. I wasn't proud of snooping, but I needed concrete proof. Her kitchen trash yielded exactly what I was looking for. A glossy cruise line brochure, creased and coffee-stained. But it was the post-it note stuck to it that made my hands shake. Paid in installments. Final payment due 9/15. I photographed everything before leaving, making sure to replace items exactly as I'd found them. Back in my car, I called Jasmine. You're not going to believe this, I said when she answered. Try me. I told her everything. The hidden account, the regular deposits, the cruise brochure. That manipulative witch, Jasmine breathed. She's been playing everyone this whole time. Playing us like a symphony orchestra. I started the car, and using my promotion as an excuse to squeeze more money out of us. You have to tell Hayden. I know, but he's not going to want to believe it. Then make him believe it. You have proof now. When I got home, Hayden was grading papers at the kitchen table. He looked up with a smile that faded when he saw my expression. Everything okay? I sat down across from him. We need to talk about your mom. Viv, please. She's been lying to us, to everyone. I pulled out the printouts. And I can prove it. He pushed away the papers without looking at them. She's always kept a little money tucked away. It's her security blanket, especially since Dad died. A little money? Try $23,000. That got his attention. What? While she was asking family to help with her roof, while she was guilting us about medical bills, while she's been demanding cruise money. I spread out the documents. Look at the dates, Hayden. Look at the amounts. His phone rang before he could respond. Brenda's name lit up the screen. He answered on speaker. Hayden? Her voice trembled. I needed to hear your voice. I've been sitting here alone, thinking about how things used to be, before Vivian started turning you against me. I watched his face as she continued, tears evident in her voice. We were such a close family once. I just pray every night that you'll remember that. Hayden's hand shook as he ended the call. He stared at the financial records spread across the table, then at his phone, then at me. I need some air, he said quietly, and walked out. I didn't stop him. Instead, I texted Jasmine. It started. No turning back now. She replied immediately. Good. Time to show her what happens when you mess with the wrong daughter-in-law. I looked at the cruise brochure photo on my phone and smiled. Sometimes karma needs a little push, and I was ready to start pushing. Hayden came home 3 hours later, smelling like the beer from his favourite thinking spot, the pub 2 blocks away. He sat heavily on the couch beside me. "I called Ainsley," he said. My stomach tightened. "And?" "She said Mom helped her with a down payment on her car last year. $5,000. He rubbed his face. "While telling me she couldn't afford her medications." "I'm sorry, Hayden." "Are you?" He looked at me sideways. "Because you seem pretty pleased about all this." "I'm pleased about exposing the truth, not about hurting you." He was quiet for a long moment. "Show me everything again." I spread the documents across the coffee table, walking him through each discovery. The hidden account, the regular deposits, the withdrawal dates that matched her various emergencies. "See this?" I pointed to a particular statement. "The week she told us she needed help with property taxes, she booked a spa weekend. She's always had a little tucked away," he said weakly. "It's her security blanket." "Stop making excuses for her." I pulled up Facebook on my phone. "Look at her post from 2 days ago." The photo showed Brenda looking forlorn in her garden. "Counting pennies for groceries this week. So grateful for my church's food pantry." Now look at her credit card statement from the same day. His eyes widened at the upscale restaurant charge. "She's not just lying, Hayden. She's systematically manipulating everyone while building up her own savings." "But why?" His voice cracked. "Why would she do this?" "Control, attention, because she can." I touched his arm. "Because no one's ever called her out." His phone buzzed. Another message from Brenda. He read it aloud. "Sleepless night thinking of you, my boy. Remember when you were little and scared? Mommy always made everything better. I miss those days. Classic manipulation," I said. "She's infantilizing you, trying to trigger childhood memories to regain control." "Stop analyzing my mother like she's one of your marketing campaigns." "Then stop letting her manipulate you like you're still 5 years old." We stared at each other, both surprised by my outburst. His phone buzzed again. Ainsley, this time. "Mom's hysterical," he read. "Says she can feel you pulling away. Says Vivian's poisoning your mind." I stood up and started pacing. "You know what? Let's call her. Right now. Ask her about the cruise she's already paying for in installments." "What cruise?" I showed him the brochure photos. "The one she's been guilt-tripping us to fund, even though she's already booking it herself." He studied the photos, his face hardening. "The post-it note." "Yep. Final payment due next month, while she's posting about counting pennies for groceries." His phone rang. Brenda again. This time he didn't answer. "I need to show you something else," I said, pulling up my laptop. "Terrence helped me track more transactions." We spent the next hour following the money trail. Each revelation hit Hayden like a physical blow. The hidden purchases, the fake emergencies, the calculated timing of her guilt trips. "Last Christmas," he said suddenly, "when she said she couldn't afford her heart medication, she was in Vegas." I pulled up the hotel receipt. 3 nights at the Bellagio. He stood up abruptly and walked to the window. "I gave her $800 for those medications." "I know." "I picked up extra tutoring shifts to help her." "I know that too." His phone buzzed with a voicemail notification. We both watched as he played it on speaker. "Hayden?" Brenda's voice was thick with tears. Baby, please answer my calls. Vivian is turning you against me. We were such a close family before she came along. I'm not sleeping. I'm barely eating. Is this what you want? To kill your mother with worry? I think I need to go to the emergency room. My heart... I deleted the voicemail before it finished. Enough. Hayden didn't protest. He just kept staring out the window. We need to end this, I said quietly. All of it. The manipulation, the lies, the guilt trips. How? I have an idea, but you're not going to like it. He turned to face me. Will it hurt her? Only her pride and her control over the family. He nodded slowly. Tell me. First, I said, we need to gather everyone. Your sister, the aunts, everyone she's been playing against each other. And then... And then? I smiled grimly. And then we're going to have a nice family dinner. His phone buzzed one more time. Another Facebook notification. Brenda had posted a photo of herself, holding an old picture of Hayden as a child. A mother's love is forever. Some people may try to break that bond, but they'll never succeed. Hayden turned off his phone. When's dinner? I called it my folder of truth. A sleek black portfolio containing every scrap of evidence I'd collected. Bank statements, credit card records, social media posts, photographs, all meticulously organized and cross-referenced. Jasmine watched me arrange everything on our dining room table. You're really going to do this? She asked. Watch me. I added the cruise brochure to the pile. I've got copies for everyone. Brenda's going to lose her mind. That's counting on her having one to lose. My phone lit up with a text from Terence. Found something else. Check your email. The attachment made me whistle. Well, well. Looks like Mommy Dearest has been dabbling in online gambling too. Seriously? Jasmine peered at my screen. While crying poor? $5,000 last month alone. I added the printout to my folder. Right before she posted about needing help with her electric bill, Hayden came downstairs, looking pale but determined. Ainsley's coming early. She wants to see the evidence before everyone else arrives. Good. I checked my watch. She should be here any... The doorbell rang. Ainsley burst in like a storm cloud. This better be good, Vivian. Mom's been calling me all morning, crying about family betrayal. Sit down, I said, pulling out a chair. You're going to want to see this. For the next hour, we walked her through everything. The hidden account, the gambling, the fake emergencies, the calculated manipulation. With each revelation, her face grew darker. That car down payment, she said finally. The one she gave me. Let me guess. She told you not to tell Hayden. Ainsley nodded. Said it would hurt him to know she could help me, but not him. Classic divide and conquer. I showed her the timeline. She was playing us against each other the whole time. I'm going to be sick. Ainsley pushed away from the table. All those times I defended her. All those nasty comments I made about you. Water under the bridge, I said. What matters is what we do now. The doorbell rang again. Aunt Carol and Uncle Pete arrived first, followed by cousins Sarah and Mike. Each reaction was the same. Shock, denial, anger, acceptance. By the time everyone had gone through the evidence, the living room hummed with betrayed fury. The Christmas medication money, Aunt Carol said. I gave her $300. Vegas trip, I confirmed. My kid's college fund donation? Uncle Pete's face was red. Spa weekend. Hayden stood up. Everyone clear about what we're doing? Nods all around. Ainsley wiped her eyes. She's going to hate this. She's going to hate being exposed, I corrected. Different thing. My phone buzzed. Brenda. Looking forward to dinner, dear. Should I bring my famous casserole? Perfect timing, I muttered, then typed back. That would be lovely. Everyone's excited to see you. Jasmine helped me make copies of everything while the others talked quietly among themselves. The mood was somber but resolved, like soldiers preparing for battle. You know she's going to play the victim, Hayden said quietly. Let her. I straightened the folders. We have truth on our side. I still can't believe. He picked up the Vegas receipts. All those times I worried about her being alone, struggling. She counted on that. I touched his hand. She counted on your good heart. The doorbell rang one final time. Everyone fell silent. Ready? I asked the room. Hayden squeezed my hand. Ready. I opened the door to find Brenda standing there, casserole in hand, wearing her best martyred expression. Oh, sweetheart, the whole family's here. What a lovely surprise. Come in, Brenda. I took the casserole. We have so much to talk about. She swept into the living room, arms outstretched. My dear family, I've missed you all so much. You know, I was just saying my prayers this morning. She stopped short, finally registering the expressions on everyone's faces. Her eyes darted to the folders on the coffee table, then to Hayden's stern expression, then to Ainsley's tear-stained face. What's going on? I closed the door with a soft click. Why don't you sit down, Brenda? We're going to have a little family meeting about honesty. Her face went through a rapid series of expressions: confusion, fear, calculation, and finally her default victim mode. I don't understand, she quavered. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Hayden, baby, what's happening? I picked up the first folder. Let's start with Vegas, shall we? Vegas. Brenda's laugh was brittle. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never... December 23rd, 26th. I read from the printout. Bellagio Hotel and Casino. 3 nights. Premium suite. Would you like to see the receipts? She waved a dismissive hand. That's private information. How dare you spy on me? Public records, Mom, Hayden said quietly. Just like the $23,000 you've been squirreling away. While begging for medication money, Ainsley added. Brenda's head snapped toward her daughter. Ainsley, you too? After everything I've done for you? You mean like the car down payment you used to turn me against Hayden? I was protecting you. You were manipulating us. Hayden cut in. All of us. I started passing out folders. Everyone here has a copy of everything. Bank statements, credit card records, social media posts. It's amazing how much evidence you leave when you think no one's paying attention. Brenda's face went from pale to red. This is ridiculous. I'm a widow. I struggle every day. To decide which luxury purchase to hide next? Uncle Pete stood up, waving his folder. We have the receipts, Brenda. All of them. The Christmas gifts you couldn't afford, Aunt Carol added. The property tax emergency, Cousin Sarah chimed in. The medical bills, Mike finished. Brenda's eyes darted around the room like a trapped animal's. You don't understand. I needed security. After Glenn died. Don't. Hayden's voice was steel. Don't you dare use Dad to justify this. And the cruise? I pulled out the brochure, the one you're already paying for in installments while guilt-tripping us to fund it. The room went deadly quiet. Brenda's face crumpled into well-practiced tears. I can't believe my own family would attack me like this, after everything I've sacrificed. She pressed a trembling hand to her chest. My heart, I can't breathe. Save the performance, Ainsley snapped. Your heart condition didn't stop you from hitting the slots in Vegas. Or the spa weekend in March, I added. Or the shopping spree last month, Uncle Pete said. Brenda switched tactics, her tears vanishing. Fine, I saved money. Is that a crime? I'm alone in this world. I need protection. Protection? Hayden stood up. You made me work extra shifts for medication you didn't need. I needed to know you cared. By lying, by manipulating everyone, by turning us against each other. I did what I had to do. She turned to the others. You understand, don't you? A mother's love. Stop! I laid the final document on the table. This isn't love, Brenda. This is control, and it ends today. She grabbed her purse, standing shakily. I don't have to listen to this. I'm leaving. Sit down. Hayden's voice cracked like a whip. For once in your life, you're going to face consequences. Consequences? She laughed hysterically. From you? My own son? From all of us, Ainsley said. No more money, no more guilt trips, no more manipulation, and no more secrets, I added. Everyone here knows everything now. Brenda's face contorted. This is your doing. She jabbed a finger at me. You've poisoned my family against me. You're a predator who's turned my son against his own mother. No, Mom, Hayden said quietly. You did that all by yourself. She looked around the room one last time, seeing nothing but resolved faces. Then she grabbed her purse and ran for the door, sobs echoing behind her. The silence that followed was deafening. Well, Jasmine said from her corner. That was something. Aunt Carol picked up her folder. What do we do now? Now, I said, we make sure she can't play us against each other anymore. Complete transparency. No more secret gifts. No more emergency funds. And the cruise? Sarah asked. I smiled. Let her take it. Alone. With her own money. She won't, Hayden said. It was never about the cruise. It was about control. Ainsley checked her phone. She's already posting on Facebook. Heartbroken by family betrayal. Pray for those who hurt their own mother. Let her post, I said. We have the truth now. As everyone gathered their things, sharing hugs and quiet words of support, I watched Hayden. He stood at the window, staring at nothing. You okay? I touched his arm. No, he said honestly, but I will be. He turned to me. Thank you for being brave enough to do what I couldn't. I hugged him, feeling the tension in his shoulders. Sometimes love means facing hard truths. Speaking of truth, he managed a small smile. What should we do with all that money we're not spending on Mom's cruise? I grinned. Funny you should ask. I have some ideas. The fallout was swift and absolute. Within days, Brenda's carefully constructed social media empire began to crumble. Her dramatic posts about betrayal and abandonment weren't getting the usual sympathy responses. Instead, family members started commenting with receipts, literal and metaphorical. Remember when you said you couldn't afford groceries? Aunt Carol posted beneath one of Brenda's tearful selfies. That was the same week you bought a designer handbag. The family group chat fell silent. No more guilt-tripping messages. No more passive-aggressive memes about ungrateful children. Even Brenda's weekly bridge club started meeting without her. She showed up at my house yesterday. Ainsley told me over coffee. Tried to give me another check. And I tore it up in front of her. Ainsley smiled grimly. Told her I'd rather have an honest mother than a manipulative ATM. My phone buzzed. A message from Sarah. Heads up, Aunt Brenda's telling people you hacked her bank accounts. Let her, I texted back. Public records are public for a reason. Hayden was handling it better than I'd expected. He'd started therapy, working through years of manipulation and guilt. The night he finally blocked his mother's number, he slept through the night for the first time in weeks. Look what came in the mail, he said one morning, holding up an envelope. Inside was a cruise line brochure, the same one Brenda had been using to guilt us. But this one was different. This one was ours. Greece? I looked at him in surprise. He grinned. 2 weeks? All that money we were saving for Mom's guilt trips? I figured we deserved something nice instead. What about work? Already cleared it with the principal. And before you ask, yes, I checked with your office too. Terence may have helped. I hugged him hard. You sneaky thing. There's more. He pulled out his phone. Ainsley and Mike want to come. Sarah and her husband too. We're thinking family vacation, just without the family drama this time. A notification popped up on my phone. Another desperate attempt from Brenda, this time through a flying monkey. Your mother-in-law is in tears. She's all alone. How can you be so cruel? I showed it to Hayden, who shrugged. Funny how she's always alone despite having that secret Vegas gambling buddy. Speaking of which, I pulled up my email. Terence found more records. Seems she's been making regular trips there for years, always when she claimed to be visiting her sick friend in Phoenix. Of course she was. He shook his head. You know what? I don't even care anymore. Let her gamble. Let her cruise. Let her do whatever she wants, with her own money. And her own guilt trips? Those too. I picked up the cruise brochure, admiring the photos of blue Mediterranean waters. Think she'll try to crash our vacation when she finds out? Already handled it. He smiled. Nobody knows where we're going except the people coming with us. As far as Mom's concerned, we're doing a staycation. My phone buzzed again, this time a message from an unknown number. Hi, Vivian. This is Margaret from Brenda's church. I just wanted you to know, we always suspected something wasn't right. Thank you for standing up to her. Many of us have similar stories. I showed it to Hayden. Looks like we weren't the only ones. No surprise there. He started pulling up cruise excursions on his laptop. Hey, what do you think about sunset sailing in Santorini? The doorbell rang. We both tensed. It had become a reflex lately, but it was just Jasmine, holding up a bottle of champagne. Celebration time, she announced. Just saw Brenda's latest Facebook post. She's taken a social media break to heal from toxic people. Translation. Her lies aren't working anymore, I said, grabbing glasses. Exactly. Jasmine poured the champagne. And I heard through the grapevine that her bridge club finally called her out on all those emergency loan requests. We clinked glasses, and I felt the last bit of tension leave my shoulders. The war was over, and truth had won. Later that night, I sat down to write one final message to Brenda. Not for her manipulation, not for her drama, but for myself. You wanted a cruise. I delivered the storm instead. Enjoy your solo voyage through the consequences of your actions. Don't expect any rescue boats from us. I sealed it in an envelope, added the torn pieces of her cruise brochure, and dropped it in her mailbox. Ready to pack? Hayden called from upstairs. I smiled, thinking of Mediterranean beaches and family dinners without manipulation for seasoning. More than ready, I called back. Time for our own adventure. Let Brenda sail her sea of lies alone. We had clearer waters ahead. The Santorini sunset painted the white buildings in shades of gold and pink as our family gathered for dinner on the restaurant terrace. Ainsley was showing Sarah photos from their scuba diving adventure, while Mike and Hayden argued playfully about tomorrow's hiking route. My phone buzzed. Terence had sent a video link. Thought you'd want to see this. It was security camera footage from a local casino back home, showing Brenda being escorted out by security, screaming about rigged slots and demanding to speak to managers. Karma really does come in waves, I murmured, showing the video to Hayden. Let me guess. Another medical emergency fund gone wrong? Probably the last one she'll have, I said. According to Terence, she's been officially banned from 3 casinos now. Ainsley leaned over. Is that Mom making a scene? Again. Some things never change, Hayden said, but his voice held no bitterness anymore, just acceptance and maybe a touch of pity. A waiter arrived with fresh drinks and a plate of local delicacies. Compliments of the couple at the next table, he said. They overheard your story earlier and wanted to share something. The couple waved, an older pair with kind faces. The woman came over, pulling up a chair. I hope you don't mind, she said, but I heard you talking about your mother-in-law situation. I went through something similar with my own mother. It took me 20 years to do what you did in 6 months. Stand up to her? I asked. Set boundaries, she corrected. There's a difference between revenge and revolution. You started a revolution. Sarah raised her glass. 2 revolutions and real family. We all clinked glasses as the sun dipped lower over the Mediterranean. My phone buzzed again, this time a message from Aunt Carol. Brenda showed up at church asking for emergency funds. Pastor Thomas showed her the door, said something about gambling addiction resources instead. No more enablers, Hayden said, reading over my shoulder. No more audience for her performance. Speaking of performances, Mike chimed in. Did you see her latest attempt on Facebook? I hadn't. We'd all blocked her months ago. Mike pulled up a mutual friend's screenshot. Brenda in her garden, looking appropriately tragic, caption reading, Some wounds never heal, but God and my true friends know the real story. The comments section was empty except for one response. Yes, we do know the real story, every receipt of it. That's the difference between revenge and justice, I said, remembering the older woman's words. Revenge needs an audience. Justice just needs truth. Hayden squeezed my hand under the table. Thank you, he said quietly, for saving our family by breaking it first. We didn't break it, I corrected. We just exposed the cracks that were already there. The waiter returned with dessert menus, but before he could speak, Ainsley's phone rang, a number we all recognized. Mom? She put it on speaker. Ainsley, baby, thank God. I've been trying to reach everyone. There's been a terrible misunderstanding at the casino, and I need... No. Ainsley's voice was firm but calm. No more emergencies, no more money, no more manipulation. But I'm your mother. Yes, you are. And when you're ready to be honest about everything, we'll talk. Until then, goodbye. She hung up as Brenda was mid-protest. The table was quiet for a moment before Sarah started slow clapping. That, she said, was beautiful. Ainsley blushed. I learned from the best. She raised her glass to me. To the daughter-in-law who taught us all how to grow spines. To truth, Hayden added. To consequences, Mike chimed in. To real family, I finished. As the stars began appearing over the Aegean Sea, I thought about karma and consequences, about truth and timing. Brenda had wanted a cruise to escape her lies, but instead she got a tidal wave of reality. Meanwhile, here we were, her former emotional hostages, free and happy on the vacation she'd tried to guilt us into funding. The older woman from the next table caught my eye and winked. She was right. This hadn't been about revenge. It was about revolution, about changing the rules of engagement, about deciding that love doesn't mean letting someone drown you in their lies. Hayden pulled me closer as the waiter brought our desserts. Happy? He asked. I looked around at our real family, not bound by guilt or manipulation, but by choice and truth, and smiled. Absolutely, I said. Pass the baklava. Let Brenda keep her garden of lies and her social media performances. We had something better. Authentic relationships built on honest ground. And unlike her cruise ship of manipulation, this was one vessel that would never sink.
I sat motionless at my parents' mahogany dining table, watching my mother's perfectly manicured nails drum against the polished surface. The sound echoed through the room like a countdown to detonation. My brother Nash slouched in his chair, refusing to meet anyone's eyes, while my father paced behind him. I'm Samantha, and this was the moment I'd been waiting for. Another start-up failure, my mother Francesca spat, shoving a stack of papers across the table. 400,000 in debt. Your brother needs you to step up. Again. I picked up the documents, pretending to study them carefully. The numbers were staggering, not because of their size, but because of their predictability. Third failed tech venture in 5 years. Same pattern, different zeros. The trust fund, my father Daniel finally spoke, his voice carrying that familiar note of assumed authority. Your half needs to cover this. It's what family does. I kept my face carefully blank, the way I'd learned to do since childhood. My half? Nash finally looked up, flashing that boyish smile that had gotten him out of trouble since we were kids. Come on, Sammy. You know I'm onto something big this time. The app just needs more runway. More runway, I repeated softly. Like the last 3 times? My mother's hand slammed against the table. Don't you dare take that tone. Your brother is building something important. You're just... She paused, lips curling into a sneer. You're just the spare child, meant to fund his future. The words should have hurt. They would have 6 months ago, but now they just confirmed what I'd always known, what had driven me to act. Remember when I broke my arm in 8th grade? I asked, surprising them with the apparent non sequitur. Nash had his baseball tournament that weekend. Instead of taking me to the doctor, you made me sit in the bleachers for 6 hours, holding my arm, because Nash needed his support system. That's ancient history, my father waved dismissively. We're talking about now, about family loyalty. I pulled out my phone, opened my banking app. You're right, we are talking about loyalty. Nash leaned forward. So, you'll do it? Transfer the money today? I turned the phone around, showing them the trust account balance. 0. The silence was deafening. What? My mother's voice shook. What did you do? Nothing you didn't teach me to do, I replied calmly. I took care of my future, just like you always said Nash should. My father's face reddened. That money was meant to be shared, for both of you. Funny thing about Grandma Eva's trust, I continued, standing up slowly. There was a clause. If either beneficiary could prove independent legal standing and financial responsibility, they could petition for sole control. I filed the paperwork 6 months ago. It was approved 3 months ago. Nash jumped to his feet. You can't do that. I need that money. Get a job, I said, picking up my purse. Like I did. while funding your dreams with my half of every inheritance, bonus, and gift we ever received. My mother's voice turned sickeningly sweet. Darling, you're not thinking clearly. We can discuss this as a family. We are discussing it as a family, I cut her off. I'm just not playing my assigned role anymore. You ungrateful little... my father started, but I was already walking toward the door. The money's gone, I called over my shoulder. Legally, permanently, invested in something that will actually generate returns. You taught me well about financial planning when you were teaching Nash, of course. I just happened to be in the room. My mother's scream of rage followed me out to my car. I sat there for a moment, hands steady on the steering wheel, and allowed myself a small smile. The tsunami of calls and texts would start soon. The flying monkeys would be deployed. The family reputation management machine would kick into high gear. But for the first time in my life, I held all the cards. My phone buzzed. A text from my best friend, Robin. Did you do it? Did you tell them? I typed back quickly. It's done. No going back now. Another buzz. My mother. What did you do? I started the engine, thinking about the years of being the family ATM, the emotional punching bag, the invisible support beam holding up the shrine to Nash's potential. They never saw me as more than a spare part in their perfect family machine. They were about to learn exactly how essential this spare part had been. As I pulled away from the house, my phone kept lighting up with increasingly frantic messages. I turned it off completely, enjoying the silence. The real storm hadn't even started yet, but for the first time in my life, I was ready for it. They wanted to talk about family loyalty. I'd show them exactly what I'd learned from their lessons. You're telling me there's a loophole? I'd asked Robin 3 months earlier, staring at the trust documents spread across her living room floor. After all these years. Right here. Robin tapped the legal paper with her pen, her lawyer instincts in full force. Your grandmother was clever. This clause isn't just boilerplate, it's specifically crafted. If either beneficiary can demonstrate financial independence and responsible management for 6 consecutive months, I leaned closer, reading the fine print. They can petition for full control of the remaining trust assets. Exactly. Robin sat back, watching me carefully. Sam, this is your chance. You've been supporting yourself for years. Your investment portfolio is solid. You could qualify right now. I remembered pacing her apartment that night, my mind racing. They'll fight it. Let them. Robin stood up, grabbing her laptop. I've already talked to Quentin. You remember him, your grandmother's trustee? He's willing to review the petition. The memory shifted to Quentin's office 2 weeks later. He was exactly as I remembered. Silver-haired, methodical, with eyes that missed nothing. Your grandmother was very specific about this clause, he said, reviewing my documentation. She insisted it remain, even when your mother tried to have it removed. That made me look up sharply. My mother knew about this. She did. Quentin's expression remained neutral. She argued quite forcefully against it, said it would destabilize the family dynamic. I laughed bitterly. You mean it would destabilize her control? The petition is solid, Quentin continued, stamping several pages. Once filed, there's a 3-month review period. During that time, maintain absolute silence about this. Any hint to your family could compromise the process. Back in the present, my phone buzzed again. Another voicemail from my mother. Answer your phone this instant. Do you have any idea what you've done to this family? I clicked play on the next one. The trust manager must have made a mistake. Fix this now, Samantha. Your brother needs that money. And the next. If you don't call me back in 5 minutes, you are no longer my daughter. Do you understand me? 5 minutes. I deleted them all and dialed Robin instead. They know, I said when she answered. How bad? Nuclear. My mother's already playing the disownment card. Right on schedule, Robin replied. Are you okay? Before I could answer, my phone beeped with an incoming call. Quentin. "Hold on," I told Robin, switching lines. "Hello?" "Samantha." Quentin's voice was calm as ever. "Your parents just left my office. They're demanding the trust transfer be reversed." And I informed them that everything was done legally and properly. "The assets are now solely under your control." He paused. "Your mother didn't take it well." I could imagine. "Thank you, Quentin, for everything." "There's something else you should know," he added. "Something your grandmother told me to share, but only after the transfer was complete." My heart skipped. "What is it?" She knew this would happen, not the specifics, but the pattern. She told me, "Samantha will need this escape hatch someday. Make sure she finds it when she's ready." Tears pricked at my eyes. Grandma Eva had seen it all. The golden child worship, the financial manipulation, the slow erosion of my independence. She'd built me a lifeboat before I even knew I was drowning. My doorbell rang, startling me. Through the peephole, I saw Nash swaying slightly, clearly drunk. "Samantha!" he shouted, pounding on the door. "Open up! We need to talk about this!" I switched back to Robin's line. "Nash is here, drunk." "Don't open the door," she said immediately. "Document everything, record if he makes threats." "Samantha!" Another pound. "You can't do this to me. That money was supposed to be mine." I started recording on my phone as his tirade continued. "You're ruining everything. My investors were counting on that backup funding. Do you know what this will do to my reputation?" "Your reputation," I called through the door. "What about the reputation I built while bankrolling your failures?" "That's what family does," he shouted back. "We support each other." "No, Nash, that's what I did, while you took and took and took." His voice turned ugly. "You think you're so smart? Mum's right. You're just the backup plan, the spare. You were never supposed to matter." I smiled, even as tears rolled down my cheeks. "That's the thing about spare parts, Nash. Sometimes they're the only thing holding the whole machine together." I heard him slide down against my door, his voice breaking. "Please, Sammy, I need this. I can't fail again." "You already have," I whispered, but not loud enough for him to hear. "And this time I won't be there to catch you." I stayed silent until his footsteps finally retreated, then sank to the floor myself, still clutching my phone. Robin's voice came through softly. "You did it, Sam. You're free." But freedom, I was learning, came with its own kind of pain. The next morning I found my father waiting by my car outside my office building. He looked smaller somehow, his expensive suit wrinkled, his usual commanding presence deflated. "We need to talk," he said as I approached. "I'm late for a meeting." "No, you're not." He stepped closer. "I called your boss, told him it was a family emergency." My blood boiled. "You did what?" "Sit with me," he gestured to a nearby bench. "Please." I checked my phone. Sure enough, an email from my supervisor about taking the morning off. Even now, they were controlling my narrative. "Fine," I said, sitting as far from him as possible. "Talk." "Your mother is devastated," he began. "She hasn't slept. Nash's investors are threatening legal action. We need to make this right." "Make what right? The fact that I legally claimed what was mine?" He rubbed his temples. "You don't understand the pressure Nash is under, the expectations you put on him," I cut in, while expecting me to fund them. "We gave you everything," his voice rose. "Private school, college. You gave Nash everything. I got student loans. I worked through college while he focused on his potential." I pulled out my phone, opening a spreadsheet. "Want to see my records? Every dollar I've given him since we turned 18. It's over $2 million. His face paled. "You kept track?" "Of course I did. I'm good with numbers, remember? Or did you forget that too, since it didn't fit your narrative about Nash being the business genius?" A group of my co-workers walked past, trying not to stare. My father lowered his voice. "What do you want? Name your price to release the funds." I laughed. You still think this is a negotiation? The money is gone, Dad. Invested, protected, legal. Gone where? His eyes narrowed. What did you do with it? Something smart. Something that will actually generate returns instead of funding another doomed startup. He grabbed my arm. You tell me right now. Let go, I said quietly, or I'll scream. Right here, in front of my office, in front of all these witnesses. How would that look for the family reputation? He released me like I'd burned him. You sound just like your mother, he spat. No, I stood up. I sound like someone who finally learned to fight back. Get a job, Dad, a real one. Stop living off your children. As I walked away, he called after me. He's your brother, your own blood. I turned back one last time. Blood doesn't excuse bleeding me dry. Inside my office, I found 3 emails from my mother, each more hysterical than the last. The final one was a single line. Quentin told us about your grandmother's clause. How dare you? My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. It was my cousin Felicity, who I hadn't heard from in years. Heard what you did. About time someone stood up to them. Call me. I was about to respond when my office phone rang. The receptionist's voice was apologetic. Ms. Grant, your brother is here. Tell him I'm in a meeting. He's already walking to your office. Nash burst in seconds later, looking worse than yesterday. His designer clothes were rumpled, his eyes bloodshot. You have to fix this, he demanded. My investors are pulling out. Everything I've built. You mean everything I paid for? He slumped into the chair across from my desk. I would have paid you back once the app took off. Like the last 3 apps, the crypto venture, the NFT marketplace. I'm close this time. He leaned forward. Just need 3 months of runway. I'll sign a contract. Your contracts mean nothing, I said, pulling out a folder. Here's every IOU you've signed since we were 20, all worthless. He stared at the stack of papers, then laughed hollowly. You really did keep receipts. Someone had to. You know what's funny? He ran a hand through his dishevelled hair. You were always the smart one, the one who actually understood business. But they invested everything in me. Not funny, I corrected. Tragic. Help me one last time, he pleaded, for old time's sake. I looked at my brother, really looked at him, the golden child, the chosen one, now reduced to begging in my office. No, I said softly, get help, Nash. Real help. Learn to stand on your own. He stood up slowly, straightening his jacket with shaking hands. Mom was wrong, you know. About what? You weren't the spare, he said, walking to the door. You were the backbone, and now we're all going to fall. After he left, I sat there for a long time staring at the folder of IOUs. My phone buzzed again, another text from Felicity. There's something you need to know about Grandma Eva. Something Mom told me before she died. Can we meet? I stared at the message, feeling the ground shift beneath my feet once again. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. I met Felicity at a quiet cafe across town, far from any of my family's usual haunts. She looked different from the last time I'd seen her, more confident, with an easy smile that spoke of freedom. You look good, I said as she sat down. Living abroad does that, away from all... She gestured vaguely. This. What did you want to tell me about Grandma Eva? Felicity glanced around before pulling out an envelope. Mom told me this before she passed. Aunt Francesca, your mother, she wasn't supposed to be the executor of Grandma's estate. I felt my coffee go cold in my hands. What? It was supposed to be you. Grandma specifically requested it, but Aunt Francesca overruled it somehow, got herself appointed instead. That's not possible, I said. The court would have... Look. She pushed the envelope across the table. Inside were copies of the original will documents with clear annotations naming me as executor. Mom kept these. She felt guilty about staying quiet. My hands shook as I read. This changes everything. There's more. Felicity leaned forward. Check your credit report, now. I pulled out my phone, logging into my credit monitoring app. What I saw made my stomach drop. 3 credit cards I never opened, I whispered. 2 personal loans, all maxed out. They did the same to me, Felicity said. Used my identity for years. That's why I left the country. But you, she pointed to the dates, these are recent, since you took control of the trust. My mind flashed back to childhood memories, my mother making me sign papers I didn't understand, saying it was practice for being a businesswoman. I need to call Robin, I said, already dialing. Already on it, Robin answered immediately. I've been monitoring your credit since this started. They've opened 5 new accounts in the last week alone. Is it enough for criminal charges? Identity theft, fraud, financial abuse? Yes, but Sam, are you ready for that level of escalation? Before I could answer, my phone buzzed with a text from my mother. Having a small gathering tonight. Your attendance is required. Family reputation at stake. Then another. Don't make me tell everyone about your mental health issues. They're trying to paint me as unstable, I told Robin and Felicity. Classic move. Fight back, Felicity urged. I didn't, and I regret it every day. My phone kept buzzing. Flying monkeys deployed by my mother, distant relatives and family friends, all texting their concern about my emotional state. Aunt Margaret says you're having a breakdown, one cousin wrote. Your mother is worried sick about your erratic behaviour, typed a family friend. Robin was already in lawyer mode. I'm calling in favours. We'll have police reports filed by morning. Financial Crimes Unit loves cases with this much documentation. Do it, I said, my voice steady. All of it, Felicity squeezed my hand. There's one more thing. The estate in Switzerland, the one everyone thinks Aunt Francesca inherited. Check the property records. I looked up sharply. Why? Because Grandma Eva was playing a very long game, she smiled, and I don't think anyone knows the whole board yet. That evening I sat in my apartment with Robin, going through years of financial records. Each discovery was worse than the last. They used your identity to secure loans for Nash's startups, Robin said, highlighting documents. Multiple times. That's federal fraud. Look at this. I pointed to a series of transfers. Every time I got a bonus at work, money moved from my account to Nash's within hours. How did they even know? They had access to your accounts, Robin realised. Probably since you were a teenager. They never let go of the control. My phone lit up with another message from my mother. Last chance. Attend tonight or face the consequences. Go, Robin said suddenly. What? Go to their gathering, record everything, let them dig their hole deeper. I stared at the mounting evidence of decades of financial abuse. They'll try to ambush me. Exactly, Robin smiled grimly. And this time, you'll be ready. I thought about the young girl I used to be, signing papers without question, believing it was normal for family to take and take and take. Time to end this, I said, standing up. Be careful, Felicity warned. Aunt Francesca plays dirty when cornered. So do I replied, picking up my keys. She made sure of that. As I drove to my parents' house, my phone buzzed one more time. A message from an unknown number. This is Quentin. Don't delete any financial records. The FBI fraud division will need them all. I smiled, thinking of my mother's perfectly curated society gathering, about to implode. They wanted to talk about family reputation. Let's talk. The small gathering turned out to be a full-scale society event, my mother's specialty. 40 of our family's closest friends and relatives milled around the garden, all carefully selected for maximum impact. I recognised her strategy immediately, witnesses for whatever show she had planned. Samantha, darling, my mother's voice carried across the lawn, artificially bright. We were so worried you wouldn't come. Every head turned. The whispers started immediately. Poor Francesca, dealing with such a troubled daughter. I heard she's having some kind of breakdown, taking money from her own brother. I kept my phone recording in my pocket as I approached my mother. Her smile was razor-sharp. "Everyone's been so concerned," she said loudly, "after your recent episodes." "Episodes?" I matched her volume. "You mean discovering the credit cards you opened in my name?" Her smile flickered. Aunt Margaret swooped in, touching my arm with theatrical concern. "Sweetie, we all know you've been under stress," she cooed, "making up these awful stories." I pulled out my phone, opening my credit report. "You mean these stories? Would you like to see the fraud alerts?" "Put that away," my mother hissed. "Why?" I turned to the gathering crowd. "Afraid they'll see how you and Dad committed identity theft? Used my social security number for Nash's failed ventures?" "You're hysterical," my father cut in, appearing beside my mother. "This is exactly what we're worried about." "Is she having another episode?" someone whispered loudly. I laughed, the sound cutting through the manufactured concern. "Let's talk about episodes, like the time you made me sign loan documents when I was 16. That's illegal, by the way." "Enough!" My mother grabbed my arm, manicured nails digging in. Nash emerged from the crowd, swaying slightly. "Sammy, stop this! You're embarrassing everyone." "No," I pulled free. "I'm exposing everyone. There's a difference." "Security Fraud Division," Robin's voice rang out as she walked through the garden gate. "That's who's investigating the identity theft. Just thought everyone should know what's coming." My mother's face went white. "This is a private event. You need to leave." Actually," Robin smiled, "I'm here officially as Samantha's legal counsel, and I have some documents to share with the group." She pulled out copies of the credit reports, the fraudulent loans, the original will naming me executor, started passing them around. "These are lies," my father sputtered, but his voice shook. The whispers changed tone. "Those are real bank documents. Look at these dates. Multiple credit cards in her name. You want to talk about mental health?" I addressed the crowd. "Let's discuss the psychological impact of financial abuse, of being used as a human ATM, of having your identity stolen by your own parents." "Stop this," my mother pleaded, her public mask cracking. "Think about the family name." "I am," I replied. "I'm thinking about how you destroyed it yourselves." Nash lunged forward suddenly, grabbing my arm. "You think you're so perfect, so much better than me." "No," I said calmly, aware of every phone now recording us. "I think I'm done being your backup plan." My father stepped between us, face red with exertion. "You ungrateful—" He stopped mid-sentence, clutching his chest. "Daniel!" My mother's voice turned shrill. He stumbled, gasping. The crowd erupted in chaos as he collapsed. "Call an ambulance!" someone shouted. As people rushed around us, I stood still, watching the carefully orchestrated evening dissolve into panic. My mother knelt beside my father, all pretense forgotten, mascara running down her cheeks. Nash backed away, mumbling, "This is your fault, all your fault." The ambulance arrived within minutes. As paramedics loaded my father onto a stretcher, my mother turned to me, her face twisted with fury and fear. "Are you happy now?" she spat. "Is this what you wanted?" "No," I said quietly. "This isn't what I wanted. This is what you created." Robin appeared at my side as my parents disappeared into the ambulance. "You okay?" "No," I admitted, "but I will be." The remaining guests scattered quickly, clutching their copies of the evidence, phones buzzing with messages spreading the news. By morning, everyone would know. "Your father will be fine," Robin assured me. "Probably just stress and high blood pressure." "I know." I watched the ambulance drive away. "But nothing else will be." My phone buzzed. "Felicity, saw what happened. Don't back down now. Check your email. I sent you Grandma Eva's Swiss property records. You're going to want to see this." I looked around the abandoned garden party at the scattered evidence of decades of manipulation and lies. Somewhere in the distance, I heard my mother's carefully constructed reputation crumbling. And for the first time, the sound didn't hurt at all. The hospital corridor smelled of disinfectant and stale coffee. I sat outside my father's room, waiting for my mother to finish her tearful performance for the nurses. Nash slouched in a chair opposite me, his designer clothes wrinkled from sleeping in the waiting room. "He's stable," Nash said, breaking our hour-long silence. "Just a panic attack," they said. "Not a real heart attack." "Good. Is that all you can say?" He leaned forward. "After what you did?" "What I did?" I met his eyes. "You mean expose the truth? You could have handled it privately, like you all handled stealing my identity privately." He flinched. "I didn't know about that part. Not at first." "When did you find out?" Nash looked away. 3 years ago, when the crypto startup failed. Mum said they'd used your credit to secure some loans. I should have said something, but you didn't. I couldn't fail again." His voice cracked. "Do you know what that's like, being the one they bet everything on?" "No," I said quietly. "I was too busy being the one they took everything from." My mother emerged from the room, makeup perfectly refreshed despite her distress. "The nurses need to check his vitals," she announced. "Nash, go get some coffee. Samantha, a word." Nash shuffled away, leaving me alone with her. "The police called this morning," she said, her voice low and dangerous. "Financial Crimes Division. Are you happy now? Were you happy all those years forging my signature? We did what was necessary for this family." "No," I corrected. "You did what was necessary for Nash. I was just collateral damage." She sat beside me, smoothing her skirt. "You were always so capable, so reliable. We knew you could handle it." "Handle being defrauded? Handle supporting your brother's dreams," she snapped. "You had no ambition of your own, no vision. You were just—" "The spare," I finished. "I remember." A nurse walked past, and my mother's voice dropped to a whisper. "We can fix this, make the charges go away, return to how things were." "They're federal charges, Mom. This isn't a society scandal you can smooth over with a party." "Then why?" she demanded. "Why destroy everything?" I pulled out my phone, showing her the credit report. "You destroyed it. Every time you forged my name. Every time you drained my accounts for Nash. Every time you chose him over basic human decency." "He's special," she insisted. "He just needs more time." "He's 32, I cut in. "How much more time does he need?" "You don't understand." "No, you don't understand. It's over. The money's gone. The fraud is exposed. Nash needs to grow up, and you and Dad need to face consequences." She stood up, straightening her designer jacket. "We'll see about that. Your father and I still have friends in high places." "Not anymore," I said, opening my email. "These records are already with the FBI and the IRS and the media." Her face went pale. "You wouldn't dare!" "I already did. Check tomorrow's financial papers." As if on cue, my phone buzzed. "Quentin, package arrived. Everything you sent is now with federal investigators." My mother's hands shook as she read the message over my shoulder. "You've ruined us." "No," I stood up. "I freed us, all of us, even Nash." "I'll never forgive you for this." "I know," I smiled sadly. "But I finally forgive myself." Nash returned with coffee, looking between us warily. "Everything okay?" "Tell him," I said to my mother. "Tell him about the fraud, the identity theft, the illegal loans. Tell him what his dreams really cost." She turned away, silent. "Mom," Nash's voice was small, like a child's. "What is she talking about?" I handed him the credit report, watched his face crumble as he read. "All those times you said the money was from family investments," he whispered. "It was," my mother said sharply. "Samantha is family." "It was theft," he corrected, looking sick. "All of it. My whole career is built on stolen money." A nurse appeared in the doorway. "Your father's asking for you, Mrs. Grant." My mother straightened her spine, mask back in place. "We'll discuss this later," as a family. No, I said, gathering my things. We won't. I left them there, my mother retreating into denial, Nash finally facing reality. As I walked out of the hospital, my phone buzzed one last time, an email from Quentin. Your grandmother left something else for you. A sealed envelope to be opened only after everything else was revealed. Come see me tomorrow. I stepped into the sunlight, feeling lighter than I had in years. Whatever was in that envelope, I was finally ready to face it. The spare child had become the last one standing. Quentin's office looked exactly the same as it had months ago when I'd first discovered the trust loophole. But this time I wasn't nervous. I was ready. Your grandmother was quite specific about the timing of this, he said, pulling out a thick envelope. She said, give this to Samantha when she finally stands up for herself. My hands trembled slightly as I opened it. Inside were several documents, a letter, and a key. Dear Samantha, I read aloud. If you're reading this, you've finally done what I never could, broken free from Francesca's web of control. Quentin sat quietly as I continued reading. I watched her do to you what she did to me, use money as a weapon, manipulate through guilt, always demanding more. I tried to protect you with the trust, but I knew that wouldn't be enough. So I left you something else. Something Francesca doesn't know exists. I pulled out the property deed. The estate in Switzerland. Your mother thinks she inherited it, Quentin explained. She never checked the actual records. Because Grandma Eva transferred it to me 5 years ago, I whispered, reading the documentation, before she died. There's more. Quentin pointed to another document. It was a bank statement. 7 figures, in a private Swiss account. She built this for you, Quentin said softly. Every time Francesca demanded money from her, Eva matched the amount and put it aside. For you. I kept reading the letter. My darling girl, I saw your strength long before you did. How you protected Nash even while they drained you dry. How you built yourself up despite them tearing you down. This money isn't charity. It's what you should have had all along. Use it to build something for yourself, not for them. My phone buzzed. A news alert. The story had broken. Prominent family under federal investigation for financial fraud. Perfect timing, Quentin noted. Your grandmother would have appreciated that. Another document caught my eye. A business plan written in Eva's elegant hand. A scholarship foundation, I realized, for young women trapped by financial abuse. She left the framework, Quentin confirmed, but the execution is up to you. My phone kept buzzing. Messages from Nash, my mother, my father. I turned it off. There's one more thing, Quentin said, pulling out a final envelope. This arrived from Felicity this morning. Inside were photos, dozens of them. Eva with a young me, at moments I'd forgotten. Science fairs my parents had skipped. Dance recitals they'd missed for Nash's games. My grandmother had been there for all of them. She knew, I said, tears falling. She saw everything. And she planned accordingly, Quentin smiled. The estate is fully staffed, by the way, ready whenever you want to visit. A knock at the door interrupted us. Robin burst in, grinning. It's everywhere, she announced. Every major news outlet. The FBI just froze all their accounts. How bad? I asked. Your mother's social circles are imploding. Your father's business partners are distancing themselves. Nash's investors are suing. I looked at the scholarship foundation plans. Good. Time for something new to rise from the ashes. About that, Robin pulled out her laptop. I've been working on the legal framework for the foundation. We can have it operational within months. My phone buzzed again, this time a text from Felicity. Saw the news. Karma's finally here. When are you coming to Switzerland? Your grandmother had one last request, Quentin said, pointing to the end of her letter. I read the final lines. Don't let them make you bitter, my darling. Use this to help others break free. That's the best revenge, turning pain into purpose. Robin squeezed my shoulder. Ready to build something real? I looked at the estate photos, the foundation plans, the evidence of my grandmother's years of quiet rebellion and preparation. The Eva Grant Foundation for Financial Independence, I said, helping women escape financial abuse and build their own legacies. Perfect, Robin grinned. Want to know the best part? It'll be announced the same day your parents appear in court. My phone lit up one last time, a message from Nash. I understand now what they did, what I let happen. I'm sorry. I picked up the key to the Swiss estate, feeling its weight in my hand. Time to go see my new home. Your grandmother would be proud, Quentin said quietly. No, I corrected him, gathering the documents. She knew this would happen. She just waited for me to be ready. As I walked out of Quentin's office, I felt lighter than ever. The spare child had become something else entirely. An heir to a different kind of legacy, one built on freedom, not control, and I knew exactly what to do with it. The Swiss estate's windows caught the morning light, making the entire mansion glow. I stood in Eva's old study, my study now, reviewing applications for the Foundation's first round of scholarships. This one, Felicity said, holding up a file. She reminds me of you. Parents using her credit cards, forcing her to support a deadbeat brother. Add her to the shortlist, I nodded, just as my phone buzzed with a news alert. Prominent couple pleads guilty in financial fraud case, the headline read. Daniel and Francesca to face sentencing next week. Robin's call came seconds later. They took the plea deal, 3 years plus full restitution. And Nash? Bankruptcy proceedings started yesterday. He's actually getting help. Real help, not just throwing money at his problems. I walked to the window, watching the Swiss Alps in the distance. Did you see the interview requests? 17 magazines, 3 major newspapers, and 2 documentary filmmakers, Robin confirmed. They're calling it the Trust Fund Revolution, how one woman's stand against financial abuse inspired a movement. Send them all to the Foundation's PR team, I said. Let's use the attention for something good. A knock at the door interrupted us. Mia Henderson, my grandmother's old friend, entered with a tablet. You need to see this, she said, pulling up a video. It was Nash, speaking at a financial literacy workshop. I was the golden child, he told the audience, the chosen one, and it destroyed not just me, but my sister. Don't let family loyalty become financial abuse. He's actually doing it, I whispered, teaching others from his mistakes. People can surprise you, Mia smiled. Eva always said that. My phone buzzed again, a message from my mother, her first since the guilty plea. The Foundation. It's what she would have wanted. I see that now. I deleted it without responding. Some bridges weren't meant to be rebuilt. First round of scholarship recipients goes public tomorrow, Felicity reminded me. 20 women, full funding for education or business ventures. Plus mentorship, legal support and financial counselling, Robin added through the speaker. Everything you didn't have. I picked up a framed photo from the desk. Eva and me at my college graduation, the only family member who showed up. She'd known even then what I'd become. Ms. Grant, my assistant poked her head in. The documentary crew is here for the Foundation launch. And there's someone else. Nash stepped into the doorway, looking different, humbler, cleaner, clear-eyed. Hey, Sammy, he said quietly. I'm not staying. Just wanted you to have this. He handed me an envelope containing a cheque. Small, but clearly all he could afford. First restitution payment, he explained. Voluntary, not court-ordered. It's not much, but... Give it to the Foundation, I said. Help someone else's spare child. He nodded, understanding. You were never spare, you know. You were the strongest one of us all. After he left, I turned back to the scholarship applications. 20 women about to break free, with hundreds more applying every day. Eva would love this, Mia said, arranging papers on the desk. The spare child building an empire of liberation. My phone lit up with another message, from Quentin this time. Your grandmother left one last thing. a video message to be played only when you're ready. Are you ready? I looked around the study, at the scholarship files, the foundation plans, the growing movement we'd built from the ashes of financial abuse. Yes, I texted back. I'm ready. Moments later, Eva's face filled my screen. My darling girl, if you're watching this, you've done it. You've broken the cycle, built something new. Remember this, you were never spare. You were always the key, the one strong enough to set everyone free, including yourself. I'm so proud of the woman you've become. Felicity squeezed my hand as the video ended. She knew, all along. She did, I agreed, standing up. Now, let's go change some lives. The documentary crew waited in the grand hall, cameras ready to capture the foundation's launch. But they weren't just filming a story about revenge or justice. They were filming the beginning of a revolution, one that started with a spare child who refused to be spare anymore. Ready? Robin asked through the phone. I thought about all the women waiting for their chance to break free, all the lives about to change. Ready? I smiled. Let's show them what the spare ones can do. Because sometimes the spare part isn't extra at all. Sometimes it's the piece that builds something entirely new. And I was just getting started.